Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Elibeth.
Good morning, colleague. Good morning.
How are you, Mom Diwa?
Very well, and how are you, Mr. Mutlambi?
No, we are well this morning.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Director General, and good morning to the team that is here representing the department. Colleagues, today we are receiving presentations from the department on the progress made in implementing the post-provision norms in the TVET sector, their successes, challenges, and mitigating strategies, the filling of council members, principals, and executive management vacant posts. And then later on, after we've engaged with the department on these presentations, we are going to consider minutes of the committee from the 4th, 11th, and 18th September, 9, 10, 11, 16 October. And then we are going to consider the report on DHET fourth quarter 2023-2024, and then consider the report of 2024-2025 as quarter performance, and then lastly also the BRRR report, which we also need to adopt so that it can be tabled before Parliament. That BRRR report, colleagues, would have excluded Mersita, who would have really wanted to have a discussion with them, but they could not submit or table the annual report. We are looking into our program so that we can schedule them. We'll have a conversation with them as soon as we can. Colleagues, we have a few apologies. We have an apology from Deputy Minister Gondwe, who is attending the PSET wide strategic planning of the department and is unable to be with us today. We also have an apology of the Minister who will be participating in the Digital Academies in Africa Summit, which is held physically for her in Pretoria. We do not have any more apologies. And having said that, I'm not sure if Deputy Minister Manamela is on the platform. I don't see him on the platform. We don't have his apology before us. So let me take this opportunity to give to the Director General to give the opening remarks and allow the presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Director General, Dr. Sish.
Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Tebogo Letsie, Member of Parliament, honorable members of this esteemed Portfolio Committee. It's an honor and privilege for us as officials of our department, led by our minister and deputy ministers, to present each time to this committee our progress in changing the lives of millions of our learners. Chair, having said that, may I indicate that I'm not alone. I'm with senior officials of our department, particularly the Deputy Director General responsible for the corporate services, supported by the Deputy Director General for TVET colleges, who are going to be the leaders of the presentations that we are making today with their technical teams. There are also other senior colleagues of mine. Special to mention is the fact that today in our team, we decided to bring on board our regional managers. These are the officials that are the face of the department in all of our regions. And they are here present, and at some point, they might have a valuable contribution to make to contextualize the presentations that we make. Chairperson, if you allow me, on behalf of the department, I wish to make a few observations. The first one is that in these presentations that we are making to this esteemed committee, it would be necessary for us to go back to the formation of our department, in terms of the presidential proclamation of 2009, published on the 1st of July 2009, which brought about the transfer of the administration of our colleges to the Minister of Higher Education and Training. As you know, prior to that, these colleges were, the responsibility of, provincial education departments. I think it's important to say this, because somehow it also says that this department is a young department, established only in 2009. The Continuing Education and Training Colleges Amendment Act was, asserted to on the 3rd of May 2012, and subsequently followed by the commencement notice and relevant, legislative pieces that allowed for the transfer of these colleges to our department. Ever since the colleges were in our department, we've been trying to strengthen these colleges, prioritize them, and currently we talk about the shape and size of the system that should favor the college system. Section 20 of the Continuing Education and Training Act requires that when we appoint staff in these colleges, it should be the staff of public colleges, and the staff should be consisting of persons appointed by the minister in terms of the Public Service Act, and in posts established, on the organizational structure of the department and identified as posts for the respective colleges. Councils or posts that are established by councils, in addition to posts contemplated above, are also considered in this regard. The legislative requirement necessitated that there must be a development of PPN model insofar as the establishment of posts are concerned, and that the college structures, as it relates to this matter and defined in the appointment of staff in identified posts within the public colleges, is a matter for reference. In addition, the CET Act also provides for a solid basis of authority for the minister to create posts within the allocated budget and associated strategic plans of the department. This is important, Chair, and I'm happy that we have this conversation just at the time we are preparing for the strategic plan of our department that is going to drive the work that we do in the 7th administration. To make a point that the only constraint that the minister has in the establishment of these positions will always be matters around the budgets. And as we are presenting today, we'll be presenting with a view to highlighting where those constraints are, but also highlighting where there are administrative inefficiencies that we are dealing with, and taking the committee to our confidence regarding all the matters that concern the members of parliament present here. Allow me, therefore, Honorable Chair, to call upon DDG Ngwenya to lead the presentation of the department, as I suggested earlier on, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, DG and colleagues. The presentation on the post-provisioning norms, in terms of the outline of the presentation, we are going to look at the background and how PPN was conceptualized, discuss the principles which are applicable, look at the pre-planning, pre-implementation planning, the governance structures, including their terms of reference, the implementation process, the dispute resolution measures which were put in place, and reflect on the implementation of PPN in all the 50 colleges, share with you successes and the lessons that we have learned, and conclude with the recommendations. In terms of the background, the PPN process commenced in December 2014, when the human resource team of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants were appointed to conduct research on PPN and to prepare for the implementation post the migration in April 2015. In November 2015, there was already a process by both corporate services and TVET to research the PPN. And in November 2015, they then consolidated their research projects. And in 2016, a decision was taken to establish a PPN task team, which was led at the time by the then DDG Corporate Services. And she was supported by the PPN resource team. In November 2018, there was a decision made to augment both the membership of both the resource and the task team. The terms of reference for the task team was informed by the research that was undertaken. And the conceptualization of the PPN was also to a greater extent influenced by the outcome of the research in terms of practices, procedures that had been identified. In November 2019, the PPN model was then finalized, including the PPN functional structure. And at that time, it had already become clear the impact or the cost of the implementation, and an increase in the compensation of employees' budget was also considered. In November 2020, the PPN policy and the procedure guideline, including the implementation plan, was approved by the Director General. The PPN implementation was based on specific principles. Next slide, Mr. Hugo. The scope of application covered all the 50 colleges. And the approach was, it was to be implemented on a 3-year plan, commencing in 2021-22 financial year. There were a number of principles which were also adopted. One was that there should be compliance with the functional organizational structure as approved, including the total post allocation. However, there were some discretionary powers which were allocated to colleges to then determine the post allocation across the central office of the TVET, including the campuses. And they were then given the autonomy, should it be necessary, to trade between core and support positions. There was also flexibility offered in terms of the matching and placing of employees against existing vacancies between the college council, existing positions between the college council and the departmental PESAL establishment. The college organizational structure, when it was approved, there were 2 types of structures. One had registration services, the other one had innovation and development. And each college had to select the one that best addressed both their strategic and operational requirements. In determining the organizational structure, some flexibility were also afforded in terms of how you determine the design of the structure, in either combining or separating functions while remaining within the approved post application. There were processes which the department embarked upon as part of preparation for the implementation. Next slide. And 2 work streams were then established. The first work stream was focusing on the preparation for implementation, which commenced around March to May 2020, when workshops were then convened. The back office was also busy verifying the costs, the employee cost of both PESAL and the college council. The posts were created in line with the approved standardized college structures and the design that was approved by the college. Governance structures were established in November 2020, and workshops continued both for the PPN implementation committees in preparation for the implementation and for the regional team. The college implementation committees were then required to conduct workshops at college level to prepare employees for the implementation of the PPN and to provide reports to the PPN technical working group upon completion of that exercise. Employees were also consulted up until January 2021. The next slide. The second work stream, there are activities in the first and the second work stream, which at some point had to be implemented concurrently. The second work stream was more focused on budget implication and preparing for the recruitment process. Excuse me. And issues of budget analysis were undertaken. And where there was a foresight that the budget will not be sufficient or will not be able to cover those budget adjustments, were therefore budget adjustment process were engaged. There was also a process of setting or mapping a process for the recruitment and selection that was to be undertaken in terms of critical positions. And the process was then concluded with the confirmation by National Treasury on the budget. Next slide. There were two governance structures which were instrumental in the implementation of the PPN. The first one is the College Implementation Committee, which was chaired by the college principal. And the composition was the head of HR, the deputy principals, the campus managers, head of labor relations, including members of organized labor admitted within the college. The main objective of this structure was to facilitate implementation of the PPN in a fair and a transparent manner, ensure compliance to the PPN policy and procedure manual, facilitate the placement, the matching and placement of employees, and mitigate, because they were at the call phase, and mitigate unfair labor practices, which may have had adverse impact on service delivery. The second structure was the Regional Oversight Committee, which was chaired, there's a typo there, I sincerely apologize, was chaired by the regional manager, with the head of HR in the region and the head of labor relations. The composition of the Regional Oversight Committee had a delegation from each college, including regional representation. This structure was established as an oversight structure to monitor implementation of the PPN and to ensure compliance in terms of deadlines and deliverables as outlined in the PPN implementation plan, to provide oversight on the college process of the matching and placing, and to also pay a closer attention to the implementation of redeployments, as those will have been across various colleges within the region. And they were then reporting to the PPN task team. Next slide. The implementation of the PPN was a 4-step implementation process. The first step was around the PPN model post allocation and the college structure. As indicated before, there was a choice between having a function of registration. So one structure will have the deputy principal registration services. The other structure will have the deputy principal innovation and development. The allocation will then allocate both support and core post in the college central office and across the various campuses. And the distribution of the post had to ensure that all functions are then implemented across the campuses. The second step related to the matching and placing. And there were conditions, excuse me, there were conditions which were put in place to ensure consistency across the various colleges as the matching and placing was undertaken. And 4 criteria were then put in place. One was that the employee must always follow the function, and the employee must at least perform 80% of similar functions to then qualify for matching and placement. The matching and placing, it was matching and placing of a skill to the right position, based on the knowledge, the skills, the qualification, and the experience. A review of the performance assessment and the performance outcome had to be conducted. And the final one was that in the event where you will have had more than one employee qualifying, there had to be equal access. And there should be competition about who then is placed first. One of the basic principles of the PPN was that there were no automatic upgrades, and the matching and placing will have then supported the horizontal placement principle. Next slide. Stage 3, once the matching and placing was finalized, the process then was to review employees who have been unmatched, and they will have been captured in what was called the unmatched employee spreadsheet. And there were various interventions which were put in place to facilitate or manage the unmatched list. The first one was a closed vacancy list was to be considered within the college. The condition of the vacancy list was that employees must meet the minimum requirements, and the recruitment and selection was to be undertaken in accordance with the departmental policies on recruitment and selection, including the delegation of authority. The second intervention was for employees to remain on the college council payroll, funds permitting. The third and final intervention was in the event that there will not be funds to carry employees on the college council payroll, a redeployment had to be considered into other colleges for placement in posts that will already exist. And this was a process that had to be overseen by the Regional Oversight Committee. The final step was the filling of vacant posts. And the filling of vacant posts, step 3 and 4 will at some point have been implemented concurrently, depending on the pace of the implementation of the matching and placing, including the unmatched list. Stage 4 was by design considered the last phase to ensure that colleges do not advertise the vacancies until the matching and placing is finalized, to avoid a situation where employees are misplaced or other employees are appointed into the college before those that are currently with the college establishment are therefore placed. So positions had to be advertised, excuse me, and filled in terms of the recruitment and selection, and in line with the post as already created on the post establishment of the department. Next slide. A dispute resolution process was then put in place alongside the implementation of the PPN. Employees who will have been dissatisfied by one or more aspects during the implementation, the first level was the line manager to address the dissatisfaction. In the event that the employee remained dissatisfied, the college implementation committee will then be seized with the matter. If the employee remains dissatisfied, the matter will then be elevated to the Regional Oversight Committee, which was the final stage for internal dispute resolution. Should the Regional Oversight Committee fail to resolve the grievance, the normal grievance procedure is applicable within the college structures will then be implemented. The next few slides provide graphical representation of what is already contained in the report. In terms of the slide that we are on, we are providing a comparative analysis in terms of the total number of positions per region. And we are indicating the spread between support and core post across all colleges and organized around the regions. The next slide. The next slide focuses on the standardized structure. As indicated before, that there were two options, either the registration services or innovation and development. This slide provides an indication per region of which colleges selected registration and which ones selected innovation and development. Of all the 50 colleges. For example, you'll note in the Eastern Cape, 7 colleges took registration, only 1. So that is what we were trying to establish there. The next slide. This slide then provides a bird's view of unmatched employees, vacancies in existence, and the number of employees who remain on the college council payroll, also organized per region. If you look at this slide, Chair, the number of employees who remain on the college council, you will realize that KwaZulu-Natal has the highest. If you look at number of vacancies, it will be Gauteng, Free State and Gauteng. If you look at the number of unmatched officials, it will then be KwaZulu-Natal again. The next slide. During the conceptualization of the PPN, there was extensive work that was done to ensure that we had sufficient budget for the implementation of the PPN over the 3-year cycle. However, there were other developments which then changed the situation. This slide then indicates which the percentage in terms of colleges who remained within the budget spending and those that were projecting an overspend and therefore will have suspended the implementation of PPN on account of budget. One of the contributing factors in the budget challenges was various processes within government. One, for instance, will have been that when the subsequent annual cost of living adjustment were approved, there were instances where Treasury did not allocate additional budget, and those had to be funded from the baseline. And it therefore meant that the picture of the implementation of the PPN will therefore change. The next slide provides an indication. While research was undertaken, there were other matters which could not have been foreseen. There were functions which were omitted from the structure. And this slide provides an indication per region again of the functions which were not accommodated on the structure. The majority of those functions will have been residence managers or residence or housekeepers or residence chef, functions related to farm assistance and farm management, which will not have been accommodated. The next slide. The next slides provide an assessment of all the colleges in terms of various assessment measures. And we are now presenting to honorable members, giving an indication in terms of the progress on the implementation. The first assessment area looked at the allocation of positions in the college council. And the report will then indicate what is the total post allocation and the spread between support and core post. It will also indicate whether the college has selected innovation and development or registration services. Part of the flexibility was a trade-off in terms of the exchange of position. And it will indicate for that particular college, for instance, under Buffalo City, the college did not exchange. There was no exchange or trade-off between support and core. The second element focused on the submission of the standardized structure, whether the structure was consulted with the college implementation committee, whether the structure was concurred by the college council, and whether the structure was signed off by the principal. These are internal control measures as part of the implementation. So it will indicate per college what the status is. The third element focuses on the matching and placing, whether indeed we have a signed off matching and placing list, whether there's proof that the matching and placing was discussed at the college implementation council, whether it was concurred by the college council and signed off by the college principal. The fourth criteria look at the state of compliance with the placement criteria. Did the structure, did the employee follow the function? Was the correct placement in terms of the right skill to the right position? Was performance assessment considered? Was there an equal opportunity considering employee competency? And this is important for us to then provide oversight on, because it assures us that there has been compliance with the principles on PPN and that the implementation was consistent across the various colleges located in the various regions. The fifth element is on the outcome of the matching and placing, where we wanted to see the list of employees who are not placed, review the vacant positions, and list of functions which are not included. And each college will then be able, we are then indicating that. The sixth element was to then highlight the list of employees who could not be placed and therefore remained on the college council payroll. And we are indicating the number of employees for all colleges. For Buffalo City, that will have been 69. And the last element was then to identify what then the college considered as the biggest challenge in the implementation of the PPN. For instance, on the slide that we are looking at on Buffalo City had a challenge of the budget, and had they proceeded and implemented to the end, they will have had to overspend on the budget and currently require 12 million to implement. So this is, we have unpacked it into all 50 colleges, but with your permission, Chair, maybe I don't need to go through each one of them. I can simply then give highlights of all of them, just singling out what is important. If you look at King Hintsa, which is there, let me work on post PE. Okay, King Hintsa, which is on the screen, we're indicating the post allocation. There are 27 employees who remain on the payroll. They are pending matching and placing as a result of disagreements, which matters both the CIC and TWG are also seized with. We can take another one. Maybe I can take 2 per region so that we don't waste, we manage the time efficiently. Let's go to Free State. If you look at Flores Mareka College, there are 253. The split there is the college chose registration services. Equally, there was no exchange. We are still awaiting the minutes of the CIC meeting, which will then confirm that indeed the matching and placing and the structure were discussed at the CIC. And we also want to see proof that the college council concurred, and the copy of the signed structure has been submitted. There are 43 employees who remain on the college council there were no challenges on this one. The next one will then be Goldfields. The total allocation is reflected. Equally, we are waiting for minutes, which will then certify that indeed there has been compliance with the process as outlined. When we were doing the assessment, there were incorrect matching and placement which were identified, and we wait for the copy from the college to review whether indeed there was compliance in the matching and placing, and 15 employees remained on the college payroll. Next one. Sidibeng, or Tshwane South in Gauteng, or Tshwane North in Gauteng. The total post allocation was 595. The college selected innovation and development. There was also no trade-off. 2 employees remain in the unmatched list. There are 118 vacancies. There are no functions which were omitted. 75 employees remain on the college council. There was a challenge which was raised regarding the reduction of salary level 5 and salary level 7 being oversupplied. There was a challenge with the translation of employees from Employment of Educators Act to Public Service Act, and a dim view exists amongst employees that the translation will negatively affect them in terms of service benefits. Next one. Tshwane South, the allocation is there. Equally, we are still waiting for minutes to certify that indeed there has been compliance with the principles. There are no officials on the unmatched list. There were 47 vacancies as at March 2024, and there are 64 employees who remain on the college payroll. We can take another one. The Western Cape, 492 in terms of the allocation and the spread. The college selected registration services, and there were no exchange in terms of post. The translation of employees from Employment of Educators Act to Public Service Act is not yet finalized, and amongst the reason will have been that there were challenges in the matching and placing, and therefore delaying the finalization. There were delays also in the recruitment and selection based on a number of reasons. We can now, I think we have now presented an indication. We take the report as read. We can proceed to the second last slide. Which is sharing the successes, including the lessons that we have learned from the implementation of the PPN. One of the good things that we have implemented correctly is the fact that the PPN implementation was informed by research, both internationally and domestic. There was excellent pre-planning activities which were undertaken with the involvement of very diverse stakeholders. The skills and the competency of the PPN and the resource team, including TWG, the technical working group. There was active participation in all governance structures by organized labor. We also believe that one of the successes has been the efforts undertaken by the department to ensure that the compensation of employees is adequate to facilitate implementation of PPN, and the various awareness campaigns which were implemented for employees, for the governance structures, and all members who were involved in one way or the other in the implementation of the PPN. There are also lessons that we have learned from the implementation of the PPN. We believe we could have done better in terms of the management of systems of internal control. We could have managed better the implementation to ensure that we comply timeously to the timelines and the timeframes. We could have done better in terms of the implementation of the terms of reference by the college implementation committees. We also could have had adequate oversight measures from the beginning by both the oversight committee and the technical working group, and in some areas we then picked up lessons as we were implementing, and we had to strengthen specific areas. The one loss for the PPN is that the brains behind the PPN within corporate services, the team that was responsible for the conceptualization and who initiated the implementation of the PPN, all of them have since exited the department. And therefore, the replacements, the replacement who came much later. And there was then that gap between those that left and those that came in. And yeah, we have no way, there was no way of foreseeing that. The alignment of the departmental job evaluation versus the DPSA coordinated process and the alignment. And this is an area where we are continuing to finalize the implementation of job evaluation upgrades, where we, particularly for support, because we are required to consult with the Department of Public Service and Administration prior to implementation. The recruitment process in some instances was prolonged, and we feel it could have been done better, and these are the lessons that we are taking with us. There was a lot of time that was dedicated to the matching and placing, and to correct what will have been considered incorrect matching and placing. For example, you will have picked up during the quality control that an employee who is on salary level 7 has now been matched and placed against a higher vacant position at assistant director, for instance. So that back and forth in terms of quality control took more time, and it is an area that we, in the next phase, we are then going to ensure that we strengthen the controls. The budgetary constraints resulted in the non-filling of positions, and I have already explained that amongst the challenges was the fact that there were additional costs. For example, the annual cost of living, where Treasury will say, we're not going to allocate additional budget, you must fund it from your baseline. And therefore it meant some positions could not be filled to accommodate that. The limited number of PPN allocation posts. This is where you find that there are 10 employees who are admin clerks. The structure will then have made provision, the PPN structure will then have made 4, and therefore a number of employees are then left outside the structure. The translation of employees from the Employment of Educators Act to Public Service Act, there has been some resistance in some colleges on the translation. And it is a matter that we are still seized with. And we need to find creative ways to explain this and ensure that we then finally put this chapter to rest. The the impact of the cost containment measures by both DPSA and National Treasury. From the time when the PPN was implemented in the 2021-2022 financial year, over the 3 years, the cost containment measures have been tightened up, resulting in delays. For instance, in the filling of positions, we are required in terms of the directive issued by the Department of Public Service to seek concurrence. So when you have vacancies, we must first seek concurrence from National Treasury that indeed we have the budget and we can afford to fill those positions. Once we have the concurrence, we then submit the concurrence to DPSA and seek the Minister of Public Service and Administration's concurrence to fill the position. And it is only once you have concurrence that you can then, as a department, go ahead and advertise the position. Even when the recruitment process is concluded, we are then, because all posts on the establishment are now blocked, they're frozen. So when you conclude the recruitment process, you also need to prepare a package and submit to Public Service and Administration and request the code that you can use to unblock and be able to facilitate appointment of an employee on PESA. We are concluding the presentation with the recommendations. The PPN was a 3-year implementation plan which lapsed on the 31st of March 2024. However, we are continuing with the implementation of processes which had already commenced to bring them to finality. One of those is the implementation of Departmental Circular number 20 of 2020 on the implementation of job evaluation. There are areas where there are budget constraints, and our recommendation is that we need to reprioritize the budget to ensure that we are able to conclude the implementation of PPN and the migration of employees from the College Council to PESA. We also recommend that the review or the next phase of the PPN should be implemented alongside the review of the departmental organizational structure that we are going to soon embark on, to ensure that the structure is geared towards assisting us to deliver on the mandate of the 7th administration, and also to address functions which will have been omitted from the organizational structure. Where we still have employees who could not be matched and placed in their respective colleges, the recommendation is, while we recommend that the filling of position can continue, but the recommendation is that the redeployments should therefore be suspended until after the review of structures for colleges, regions, and head office will have been finalized for the 7th administration. We are already looking at creative ways to be able to facilitate the conclusion of the translation of employees and encourage and support employees in the translation. We are also currently auditing compliance of the PPN implementation process in terms of the principles as outlined in the PPN policy and the procedure manual. And we continue with the implementation of remedial actions, but we are also, as part of finalizing this phase of the PPN, documenting the lessons that we will have learned from this process. I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With your permission, may I request that I call upon Mr. Zungu, the Deputy Director General, to make any further additions to enunciate and strengthen the presentation. Very well done by TDG Ngwenya. DDG Zungu.
Thank you very much, DG, and greetings to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members and all the colleagues from the Department of Education and Training. DG, there's not really much, but one will appreciate the gains that have been made besides the challenges that we might have experienced with the implementation of the PPN model. We all know when we go back to the recommendations of the Fikaji, Professor Fikaji recommendations that he made in terms of the establishment of the staffing norms and standards for the TVET colleges, that the PPN is actually seeking to get closer to what was proposed, even though we are not yet very much close to that, but at least we have made some advancements that are taking us closer to what was proposed then by Professor Vigaji back in 2009. If you analyze the presentation that DDG Ngwenya has made, and thank you, DDG Ngwenya, as well, looking at the different colleges that she has presented, the academic versus the support, if we look at those ratios, you'll see that indeed we're still far from the ratios that are required at this point in time. However, I think there has been some gains that have been made. But we are also looking, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, in terms of the full implementation of the conduct hours by each college, where we have to analyze the number of hours that are spent by each lecturer at each one. As you all know, that we have the different class sizes in the TVET colleges. One is the practical class that talks to a ratio of 1:15, one lecturer is to 15 students. But we also have the class size for the theory part, which is 1:30. And with our limited resources, it also becomes difficult because it means a group of 30 must now be split into two when they have to do practicals. So when the group is split into two, it means you now need to have two personnel or lecturers that will be looking at each one of these groups of 15. And therefore, sometimes it poses the limitations. And that's why most colleges will end up exceeding the 63% threshold in terms of their personnel or cost of employment. And when that happens, it means that they will then tap into the other resources which should have been delivered in terms of stationery, in terms of paying the other overheads, and therefore it affects the functionality of the institutions. DG, I will just pause there for now in terms of further inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manzini. Before I hand and submit to the Honorable Chair, I'm going to check with Mr. Hugo, who's our technical expert, to see if we have declared sufficiently, if there aren't any omissions.
No, thank you, TG. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. I think we've declared everything here. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, on that note, we submit humbly the presentation of the department.
Thank you, DG. Are we not doing the presentation on the filling of council members, principals, and like executive management vacant posts? We don't have a presentation on that.
Mrs.
Yeah. Pardon me, Chair and DG, that we do have that presentation, but I will request that DDG Ngwenya starts with the appointment of or filling of positions, then I will do the council appointments. Thank you, DG.
Okay, DDG Ngwenya.
Thank you, Chair. We are presenting the filling of position in terms of the senior management capacity within the department. Next slide. There are the presentation outline will focus on the departmental capacity, progress in the filling of the advertised post, and the third quarter recruitment plan, and DDGs with council appointments. We are already implementing a turnaround strategy on our recruitment and selection processes. And there are various measures that we are implementing to improve the speed at which we are filling positions and our responsiveness. We have already established dedicated stream within the HR practitioners. We have a team that is responsible for CET, a team that is designated to deal with TVET, and a team that focuses on all other programs. We have also facilitated the clarification of roles and segregation of duties amongst HR practitioners. This is part of streamlining processes to ensure agility in the filling of positions. We've strengthened quality control to improve and also to improve our responsiveness. One area that has always been a challenge has been on quality control, where we will have submissions going back and forth. And we are now strengthening supervisor and management oversight to ensure that we take care of that unnecessary delay. We're looking at compliance to policies, directive and standard operating procedures. Where the standard operating procedures will have been inadequate, we are then revising them to strengthen controls. We have also within corporate services capacity gaps, and we are looking at our sister departments to assist us in terms of secondment and skills transfer for us to then be able to fast track the filling of positions. There are benchmarking exercises that we are already engaging on. But one area that we also need to continue to strengthen is on data integrity, because that assists with prompt decision making. And we've now embarked on a process of cleaning out the establishment to ensure that our data is credible. Next slide. The next slide provides a departmental picture in terms of the filled and vacant post at head office, filled and vacant post in regions, TVET and CET colleges. The next slide. The focus with the next slide is on positions at DDG level, where we only have 2 vacancies, the position of the CFO and the executive officer for the National Skills Fund. All the others are filled. The next slide provides a breakdown of chief directors within the department. Corporate services and university education are the ones that have more vacancies, while skills development and CET are the 2 that are doing extremely well. In the regions, the vacancies are the regional manager in Gauteng and Free State, and Northern Cape and the Western Cape. Next slide provides an indication per program. So within administration is leading in terms of vacancies, followed by university education, in terms of the filling of positions. The next slide breaks down the regional setting. If you look at the regions in terms of vacancies, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape, that's where you have more vacancies than the others. TVET colleges. In all 50 TVET colleges, we have 13 vacancies. In the TVET college, the focus, next slide, the focus is only on principal positions. The leading there in terms of vacancies, the Eastern Cape, followed by Gauteng, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal. In the CET colleges, we only have 3 vacant principal positions, Limpopo, Gauteng, and the Eastern Cape. The next slides provide an indication of positions that are in the process, in the various. Many of them are navigating towards the end. Within corporate, we have 5. Within university education, we have 6. Next slide, skills development, we will then have 6. And I want to zoom on the one of colleges. The next slide. The next slide. These are the vacancies in the TVET colleges, including the progress. All in all, we have 8, which is Johannesburg, King Hintsa, Maluti, Coastal, PE, Hertsebande, Falls Bay, and Taletsi. And as you can see, submissions are already en route for approval of those college principals. We now have a recruitment plan for the 3rd quarter in terms of the prioritized post. We have recently received concurrence from the Minister of Public Service and Administration for 92 positions, including the position of the Chief Financial Officer and the Executive Officer for the NSFAS. And those are the positions that we are then going to immediately go on advertisement. We also are concluding processes for 2 other positions, for 2 other advertisements. We have a dedicated advert for college principals, deputy principals, and campus managers. And this is to fast track and ensure that at the beginning of the academic year in January 2025, those positions are filled. And we then have a separate, the second list of vacancies, which are all other positions within the department. The priority for us, Chair, is to fast track, and we are then going to implement an aggressive process to ensure that all efforts are dedicated towards the filling of positions. And like we indicated, priority for us is to ensure that both CET and TVET are fully resourced by the beginning of the financial year. That concludes my presentation. Thank you. I'll hand over to DDG Zungu.
Thank you very much, DDG Ngwenya. In terms of the appointment or progress on the TVET College Council appointments, the term of office of 47 TVET colleges for 2019 to 2024 cohort came to an end in the financial year ending 2023-2024. 3 TVET colleges had already or had councils that were in place that were appointed back in 2022. And these colleges are the CJC, Central Johannesburg TVET College, Tshwane South TVET College, as well as the Coastal TVET College. The 47 TVET colleges whose terms of office came to an end are from the following provinces, which is Eastern Cape, the Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, as well as Western Cape. The respective number of vacancies in each one of these colleges then totaled 235 vacancies that were then advertised. Next slide. The advertisement, before they went on the newspapers, a government gazette was then issued to the 30th of June by the minister calling for the nomination to serve as ministerial appointees on the Council of the TVET colleges. That was then subsequently followed by the published advertisement on the City Press, Sunday Times, on the 9th of July, and it was further re-advertised on the 8th of October 2023. We received a total of 800 nominations from the people who were nominated, and most of the nominations were received from males in terms of the demographic spread. 506 were males, 289 were females, of which it translated to about 37%. We only received...
DDG, sorry. Can I ask Mereke Richard Mediro to please mute? Mereke Richard Mediro, there's a sound that's coming and it's disturbing us. You can go ahead, DDG. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In terms of the racial composition, we had nominations that were received, 715 Africans, 34 coloreds, 27 whites, and 24 were Indians. Next slide. Following the rigorous selection process, which was conducted by a task team that was established by the branch that consisted all senior management of the branch, including the regional managers that were part of that task team. A total of 235 council members were then recommended for appointment by the minister in the 47 TVET colleges for 2024 to 2029 term of office, and all council members accepted the appointment except 2 that rejected the appointment. In terms of the gender breakdown of appointed council members, comprises of 134, which represents 57%, and 101 female, which represents 43%. Regarding the racial spread of the 235, 213 were Africans, and 9 were followed by whites and coloreds, 9 for each racial group, and Indians with 4. Next slide. Currently, we have 13 vacancies at all 50 TVET colleges, because even the other 3 that were not part of this government gazette, we also have some vacancies in those colleges as well, which should be appointed in terms of section 10.4.b of the CET Act. These are ministerial appointees that we are referring to. So these vacancies came as a result of either the dual appointments and also in other areas where there were resignations, but also there were people, as I've mentioned, the 2 that did not accept the appointments and rejected appointments for various reasons. Others cited that they were occupied with other activities and therefore will not be doing justice in accepting such nominations. Appointment for 2 consecutive terms, it also happened that there were people that have exceeded their 2 consecutive terms, therefore we could not appoint them. We have now commenced with the process of filling these vacancies, which is currently underway. But also in terms of section 10.6, which refers to the additional council members, process already commenced with the colleges, and they are now going to be seeking concurrence with the minister. About 20 out of the 47 TVET colleges, 20 have already submitted their nominations for the consideration by the minister, and then we'll be able to close the appointment of councils. I think that brings us to the end of the presentation, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you very much, DG.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Zungu. I'm just checking, Honorable Chair, if in the team there are any additions, but I feel that I'm satisfied with the coverage of the three presentations. Maybe they will come at a later stage because I don't see any indication. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, DG and DDG's Deputy Minister Manamela. Any concluding remarks? Deputy Minister Manamela joined immediately after I'd given the Director General, and I felt maybe we must give him now at the end for accompanying remarks on the presentation. Deputy Minister Manamela.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we're in good hands with the DG and the DDG's inputs. Thank you.
You have a dog, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, a very happy one. It's actually seconding my proposals.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Members, these are the two presentations from the department. I will please ask you to raise your hands so that I can start noting them. Whilst waiting for the hands to come through, I just want to indicate, Team DHET, that the presentations, honestly, are not assisting. They are not assisting because we have a high number of vacancies that, according to your first report, comes from as far back as 2020, 2021, the process on PPN and all of that. And I will obviously come back with my questions after members would have asked, but I just want to say that, when you give a reason for not filling this thing and you're saying we could have done better in making sure that we fill these positions, or we conclude the process on PPN with the CICs or the TICs, it's just not good enough, because there's no sense that the colleagues that would have been given the task to make sure that these positions are filled do the job. There's no indication that there was consequence management on such people. When I ask my questions, I will indicate why not filling such, is very bad for us. Just coming and saying that we could have done better, or there were some people who were placed in higher positions than they actually deserved by the colleges because of lack of internal controls or interpretation. It's also just not good enough, because that would have meant that people benefited financially from somebody else's fault. And there's no indication from yourselves, colleagues, that you have taken consequence management against those people who would have cost taxpayers money here. Just saying, maybe we're looking at lack of internal controls. It's just not enough. Like I said, I will come back to my questions, but let me note, Honorable Maseko, you'll come first. will be followed by Honorable Khojane, will be followed by Honorable Nsezane, and I will indicate others as they raise their hand, Honorable Khabo. So it will be 1 Honorable Maseko, 2 Honorable Khojane, 3 Honorable Msezane, 4 Honorable Khabo, and like I said, I will indicate others as time goes. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to Deputy Minister and the colleagues from the department. Chair, I think you said mouthful. I'm not going to repeat what you said. Just for clarity from my side, it will be on the matching skills placement. I want to find out who was doing the auditing, because I tend to believe when coming to issues of the employment, it works wonders if you have the independent company or a person that's doing the auditing to do the due diligence in implementation of the what we are doing, and especially on the PPN, where I tend to believe that the institutional enhancement in making sure that what you intend doing is going to happen diligently, you would need something like that. Was there any audit company or auditing person that was doing that? And if that didn't happen, what were the reasons maybe to get the clarity? And I'm saying this because when you look at the time frames of implementation of PPN, to an extent that the initiators of the process or the people that were overseeing the process or implementing, you lost them while you are still busy doing the PPN, that there's another team now that is continuing from that. What was the initial time frames that you allocated in doing all this process? And maybe if you can share that, you anticipate by when are you going to finish implementing the PPN, that maybe DG, you can say that now you are definitely sure that you are at the stage that you can say you are seeing dividends in the implementation of the PPN. I think, Chair, I'm not going to repeat with everything that you said, but the reality is this is going to be a very long process. If we don't get the direct responses and also in a way, a business plan of what is the time frames, so that the teething problems that the department sees, they can be able to say that, how do they troubleshoot with immediate effect? And that's all from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. Honorable Khojane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the Deputy Minister and my committee members and all of the other departmental members. Chair, I think I'll start with the last presentation for the TVET College Council appointments. And it states that there were 800 nominations and most were received from males and 715 from Africans, 34 colored, 27 whites, 24 Indians. 235 were recommended for those colleges. All of them accepted except 2. Is it possible for us to see who the 235 are? And then it's a bit shocking to see that only 9 colored people have made it to that list. So perhaps if you can see the list and the qualifications for all. But as noted, it will be a very, very long process. I'm just going to go to I think it was on the PPN, that there were reasons for, or what were the reasons for the exits from the department of the previous employers there. So to my knowledge, employers may obviously leave a workplace at any time, but what are we doing to ensure continuity or transfer of knowledge or transfer of skills and functions and operational duties so that we prevent this happening in the next cycle? because it then left a lapse in time for those responsibilities to be taken over by the new appointees. And this might occur again. So what is the department going to do to ensure that there is a transitional period and that we should always be ready if at any point anybody leaves the department or the institution? So it's a bit worrying. Now, I'm now going to tie it in with some of the recommendations that were given, mentioning strengthening of oversight, quality control, improving responsiveness, role clarification, and improving on compliance to policies. Now, sometimes these words are oversimplified and vague when you say strengthening oversight. What particularly is being done to strengthen oversight? Because strengthening is just a word, but in detail, what is happening there? Tying it up again to a situation where people may leave and then we need to fill vacant posts. Role clarification, that gives me an indication that people are not, they're not informed duly of what they should do and the job just starts. Or when the job starts throughout, there is not clarity on what is to be done, or if they in that position can then do the job that is mandated to them. Improvement on compliance to policies. Now, these policies are obviously drafted and written and taken time to do so that when you are compliant, it will also add to the role clarification of what you can and cannot do and what you should and should not do. So I think those issues should be looked at, should be zoomed in, and obviously anybody who has clarity on what to do will be a more productive employee. I'm also just asking on the CET principles. I did not see anything there for the Northern Cape. I'm wondering why that is, or is there no principals that are appointed in the CETs, or are there no CETs in the Northern Cape itself? But again, as you have mentioned, Chair, the high number of vacancies is quite concerning, because then those who are already there are unfortunately now going to take on a much higher workload for those who need to fill the vacancies. And that can create a lot of pressure. So you have to do this task, and then you have to focus on a task that you are not mandated to do. And then again, the role clarity comes in, the responsibilities, because they are not the filling of these vacancies. So with the filling of the vacancies also, what does the department suggest that we do to fast track this? And then also I'm opening the Government Gazette here from 7th of July, 2023. I'm not sure where all this was published, but perhaps we need to look at how much further than just maybe publishing it in a newspaper. This one says Stats Quran, for people to be able to send the nominations and then look at the nominees and go from there. But it's something that I possibly would miss if it's not, if we're not made aware, if it's not in my face, if they're not using other channels possibly for people to be nominated or for people to apply. So maybe just looking at ways that we can also create more awareness on these vacancies that need to be filled, and an appetite for people to want to fill them. And then also, like, again, role clarity. People should know what they are applying for, being nominated for, so that they know exactly if they fit that role. That's all from me. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kojane. Honorable Mfezane.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm using new headset that I've never used before. Am I clearly audible, Chair?
Yeah, you sound like you're the DJ. You are very audible.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very precise. Perhaps I must also express my disappointment on the presentation. It speaks more about concepts, more than it should speak about implementable or implemented solutions to problems that are being faced by the department in as far as the functioning of the sector is concerned, as well as the filling of the vacant posts as identified by the department. For me, the PPL really does not address the problems as presented by the DDG and the DDGs and the DG himself. Nevertheless, I'll just deal with the 2 or 3 questions that I highlighted here, and also one clarity. But before that, Chair, if you will allow me through you, I will not indicate in specifically which regional manager that I'm referring to, since I've learned that there are regional managers that have joined us in this particular meeting. But I had conveyed a question before, Chair, around allegations of irregular appointment of a particular regional manager. The allegations were such that that particular regional manager was handpicked without any due process being followed by the DG himself. I did not get a response to that question, Chair. I tried to follow up on it, but I did not get a response, and I further had requested a report on that process, since there are allegations that are in place. So I just want to perhaps find out if the DG indeed got that question, and if I could get a response to that effect, even if it's not in this meeting, but in writing, and also the report that one requested. So that is one. The clarity that I need is on unmatched officials. The graph was speaking to unmatched officials. It was speaking to paid officials by the department or by the sector. So I'm trying to understand if the officials are unmatched, are they also paid officials, or they're not paid officials? What role do they play in the sector? Because the graph separates them from paid officials. So that is my first question. And also on the incorrect matching and placement of employees by colleges, I'm also trying to understand, because it's confusing. I mean, if people are hired, they are hired based on qualification to perform a particular job or a particular responsibility. So how does it come to be that they are misplacement or misplaced officials by colleges? I don't know. I don't understand what that actually means, if that could be clarified for me. And then there was a slide that spoke of a signed standardized structure. So it then says there's innovation versus registration, or there's innovation and there's registration, where TVET colleges were choosing between registration and innovation. So I didn't see anywhere in the presentation where it actually explains what that means. What are those structures, the one of innovation and the one of registration? And then finally, Chair, as perhaps you highlighted, yet we did not get into detail on the point of vacancies, the process of vacancies or the filling of vacancies for that matter. There were certain vacancies that were said to be approved by panels since 2022, and we are in 2024, and still those vacancies are not filled. And many other vacancies need not perhaps to emphasize this, but the sector, the TVET sector, is poorly performing. We've done oversight visits. We know, because we have many TVET colleges in our rural areas, in our townships, where most of our brothers and sisters go to, and we know how bad they are doing there. And obviously, the output is not what is the mandate of the department or the mandate of the sector. So why is it that till to date there are certain vacancies that had already been approved according to the report by panels, and yet those vacancies are still not yet filled? And finally, on my last point, Chair, the DDG indicated that in terms of the ratio in lecturing, in these TVET colleges in a classroom of practicals, the ratio is 1 to 15, and in theory is 1 to 30. I can confirm that, and I'm sure TPG Zungu would know this. I would make a reference with regards to certain TVET colleges in KwaZulu-Natal, for instance. I've done a number of oversight visits in many TVET colleges there. I would find in a classroom that in as much as the ratio is 1 to 15 practicals and 1 to 30 in theory, when you go there, you will find that in most classrooms, you'll find way less than the actual ratio. So we don't find the situation where there's overcrowding, whereas we should be finding a situation where there's overcrowding rather than the non-attendance or less attendance that even fails to meet the actual ratio that is in place. So I would really want to inquire from the DPGs and the DG if he's aware if the matter of non-attendance of students in the TVET sector is a matter that is looked at, and what are the possible solutions to ensure that there is attendance, and therefore we might actually get intended outputs or results from the sector. Thank you very much, Slan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msezana. Can I please now take Honorable Khabo?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible? Chair? Hello?
Honorable Khabo, continue.
Am I audible, Chair?
You are, yes.
All right, no, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self, Chair, and the department that's led by the Deputy Minister and the DG, and everyone, including members of the committee. Chair, mine it's very simple and straightforward. Perhaps maybe I must start appreciating the report, and of course noting the progress that has been registered in relation to the placement, of course with some of the challenges that we have also noted. But at the same time, you know, having a view that mostly our analysis, especially in terms of what the DDG has presented, Mr. Zungu, in terms of the ratio, I from where I'm sitting, I don't agree with him. It might be a face value analysis based on the research that they've done in some urban institutions of higher learning, in particular TVETs, but when you go to rural areas, there's no such thing. And later in my submission, I'll reflect on what I'm raising here, Chairperson. But without any waste of time, Chair, I think I would fully agree with you in terms of the delays of filling of posts. In my view, I'm not sure if the department is aware that this thing on its own is having a negative impact on the department spending pattern. Because in most of the cases, when you are reviewing the budget, you'll realize that there is an underspending on employees' compensation. That in most cases, they would argue, is related to the filling of posts. So that is a serious concern that I would like to echo, and largely from a department. We are appreciating the work that they have done, but at the same time, from where I'm sitting, I believe that the efforts that they have put in resolving this matter was not equal to the reports that they are presenting before us. Chair, with a few questions that I have, firstly, it would be to the department. Just wanted to check with them as to how are they ensuring proper oversight on the implementation of these PPN processes. If the department can clearly indicate how are they playing oversight on the implementation of these PPN processes, Chair. But the second question that I'm having is, in this process of placing people and matching of skills, who plays quality assurance in that process? Secondly, where is the labor component in that process? Are they involved? Are they consulted? Because in the process, we were told that there were some people, I'm not sure if they were rejecting the offer or the placement. So that's why I'm asking two questions: the issue of the quality assurance and the role of the labor in this process of placement, Chair. And the other thing, Chair, from a departmental point of view, if you can get clarity. In the presentation, we are told that there was a PPN model and a structure that was adopted as part of their turnaround strategy. And they also had their turnaround time in terms of when are they expected to finalize the process. And that report, in fact, that resolution, the department, I'm sure, is aware of that resolution. Now, I want to check with the department as to how have they been tracking the implementation of this PPN model, and largely if this tracking system that they've been applying, whether has it been done internally or whether is it being outsourced in a form of appointment of a private service provider to do the tracking system. And if that is the case, how much, Chair, have they spent on this process, Chairperson? The other issue that I wanted to seek clarity on, continuously in this process of placement, we are told of employees who are kept on the college salary bill, if I heard that correctly. If we can get clarity in terms of what is the overall financial implication. And in the presentation, there was a point where the presenter was speaking on based on availability of funds. What do you mean when you say based on availability of funds? And what would then be the implication of that towards the employee? Do you mean that there will be months where the employee will not be getting his or a salary? Can you kindly provide that aspect? The last few questions that I had, on the presentation, there was a point where you spoke of 21 functions that there were 21 functions that were performed that were not on the structure. But in your presentation, you are not indicating which functions were those. Can we kindly get clarity on those 21 functions as to which ones are those? And for how long have they been performed, now that you said that they were not part of the structure? If we can get clarity on that part, Chair. The last part or last two things that I wanted to raise in particular was around the issue of your TVETs, Chair. Chairperson, I've done an oversight and I've raised this matter over and over again, and I've realized that it's not only in Taung campus, I mean Taung Vuselela satellite campus, because I still have an argument around that campus in terms of how TVETs are being structured in the whole country, and how the one of Dr. Rotsukumutsi Mumpati, particularly the one located in Taung, is being treated differently from other TVET colleges. When you go there, I've been to the Luhuruzi campus. I think they fall under Taletso. What the DDG is presenting in terms of ratio of lecturers vis-a-vis the students in a lecture room, that thing is far away from the truth. In Lihuruti, at any time we can go there, DDG, you'll get between 50 and 70, if not 80 students in one lecture room. Same applies to Town campus. Town campus is even worse. The overcrowding is more like sardines pegged in a can of fish. The placement of lecturers who are qualified is the one that I can agree with. But the one of ratios in terms of the number of students in a classroom, that one, Chair, I don't think is a true reflection. And that we've got enough proof to support our statements. That's why earlier on I said that probably this thing of ratio is operating mainly in urban areas. But mostly in rural areas, there is no such thing, because from where we are sitting and based on the practical evidence that we have had, there is no such thing that the DDG is speaking about. The last two questions that I wanted to get clarity on. There was a submission around Vembe where we are told that there are staff members who are fearing to lose their benefits in relation to the changes made due to this PPL. Can we get clarity in terms of this PPL? Can we get clarity in terms of these benefits, Chair? But also, Chair, we were made to believe that there were some colleges that were placed under or that had a moratorium in terms of the employment processes. What was the impact of such moratoriums, and which colleges are having such moratoriums in the country, Chair? I think that would be my few questions that I wanted to raise with your good self, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, all the departments officials, DG, and the Deputy Minister as well. Chair, my questions won't be a lot. My main concern at this stage is the turnaround time for the TVET college team in taking decisions. That's my main concern, as you've heard coming out from Honorable Msezana as well. That's my concern. The turnaround time in making critical decisions in the related to TVET college. To me, it seems the wheel is turning very slow in taking decisions. For example, you had OTTG Owanzini was talking about a 2009 professor's recommendation, the progress in implementing it. It's a 2009 one. In fact, if you can ask the update in implementing those recommendations, you'll find that we're still far from finishing. Some of the recommendations find that they were crucial, but now we are 2024. We're still talking about that 2009 recommendation. Why I'm raising this, Chair, is because I had an experience at Tshwane North TVET College of another recommendations by the ministerial task team. Recommending about an overall happenings in the college where things take long. Some of the recommendation was the recommendation of moving the principal from the TVET college to go into the departments and be occupying some positions there, trying to sort out the issues in the TVET college. Even that decisions, again, it took long time. To an extent, you find that these decisions, there are recommendations, but they go too further, that you find even the term of office of the principal comes to an end, and those recommendations haven't been implemented. So mainly from my side, Chair and the DG, we're moving very slow in making things happening for colleges' benefit. If I can have, like, maybe if we can improve on that to be fast, because these decisions, they are made, these recommendations, because there was something wrong that to be fixed in order to have the college function better. Now, if you're not implementing those recommendations by that professor, by the ministerial task team, it means you are saying, no, let the problems stay as they are. Let's carry on as if it's normal. So that's my gist with the slow pace of taking decisions that are related to the college as recommendation. One other thing that I would have loved to see DDG Manzini was the CET Act amendments. We need to have that on the presentation so that as a portfolio committee, we are reminded of which specific act or pieces of legislation that negatively impact TVET colleges that the chair and the committee needs to embark on to fix. I received this CET Act amendment when I visited SWG in Soweto. There were a lot of need for amendment act in order to make the college functions correctly. We need to have that as well on the presentation so that we know what it is that we must do as a committee to change policies to enable the functionality of the TVET college. One of the other thing as well, Chair, is when I visited SWG, I'm sure this probably is not on the DG or the colleges, on the college's table, is the ministerial appeals committee that needs to take decisions in relations to the sexual harassment at SWGC. I think in this one as well, we need to move in a fast pace on that. And in the SWG, the main complaint again was the time it took for council's appointment of the, I think it was the 5 ministerial appointment of council members, in which when they were complaining to me, they said it inhibits them from even sitting as a TVET college. So appointment as well, they're becoming a problem if they are not implemented swiftly. You can see SWG's complaints came that there were 5 ministerial appointments that hasn't been happening, 5 of them, and we're just sitting with them and not appointing. And then the other last item, I think DG, I'm sure DG, you sit with other DG in the DG's committee or meetings. There needs to be a collaboration with the Home Affairs as well in terms of updating them with the latest skills shortages. I'm sure this is not pertaining specifically to the presentation we're talking to. It's just to highlight that DG, we need to talk to the DG of Home Affairs in terms of updating them. As well, there you see them, they're still sitting on 2012 or 2010 latest skills shortages, whereas I know for a fact that DG, you have the latest one, the 2024. If we can close that gap of communication so that they have the latest information as you have it as a DG of higher education. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gubane. Desiree, are you covered? I saw you are coming in and out of the meeting. It might be network. Okay. Honorable Sidukano.
No, thanks, Chair. As you know, I'm not a person who speaks long. I'm a person of short words. I think the implementation of the post-provisioning norms, PPN, in the TVET sector is encountering several challenges that hinders our effectiveness. I'm saying this because there's presentation and there's reality. Now, they can be a presentation here, and then there's reality that we're going to speak about, that we're going to reflect about. That is why I want to reflect much more and then give and pose questions. So I think one of the primary challenges that we are facing is the inconsistencies of application of this PPN across all of the institutions. And then these are informed by the fact that the colleges lack understanding and others lack the resistance to change because of they are so compelled to do other things because of not want to follow norms and standards, so that there's transparency. And this leads to unequal education to our students, Chair, if I can be honest, because the moment where you don't follow the PPN norms and standards, it leads to equal uneducation and much more on under-resourced areas. It exacerbates the existing inequalities within the education system, and we are against that. We can't accept exacerbation of inequalities in our education system because of a system where colleges or there's failure to adhere to guidelines where we should implement such. So I think, again, Chair, part of the critical challenges that we are facing is the shortage of qualified educators and administrators within the TVET institutions. And it impacts bad also to us, because if you don't have such, it means that we are in a problem to align and to get to the standard in such a way that. So the other thing that gives us challenges is the financial constraints that pose a significant barrier to the successful implementation of the PP. And I think we should look onto that as a department and the overall functionalities of the TVET institution. So I think it is imperative that we look onto such issues and then we are able to respond, because these issues, if they are not aligned, it means that if there is no implementation of the PPN, it will impact the recruitment of lecturers, it will impact the teaching and learning institutions, and then it will lower the standard, the bar, in what regard to that. And I would want to enter there. I think we would have had presentation from Northern Cape. Northern Cape, I don't think the TVET college is within the standard of the PPN, because as we've raised a concern of vacancies, Chair, it poses a serious threat. I think they are the ones who are maybe giving problems and must look on to them. And I did not see them being highlighted there, but I think we'll get into that now. Let me go to my question so that I don't waste much of the time. I would want to check with regard to the tracking system. There's a tracking system that has been developed to allow for identification and resolution of operational challenges. If yes, how does the tracking system work, and which service provider was appointed to develop the system, and how much does it cost? And then the other thing that I want to check is that how's that the team responsible for PPN implementation being strengthened in any way to improve coordination and support to the processes? If so, in which way was the team strengthened? And if not, why? I want to understand such things so that we are able to trace what is happening. Now, the findings of the evaluation highlighted resource constraints within the DHET, OD or original development and the HR unit, as well as the CIC level, which led to delays in matching placement process. How has this been mitigated? We want to get feedback because it was highlighted in the evaluation report findings. So we need to know how has this been mitigated and how far. And then lastly, Chair, on the labor relations experts being included in the composition of colleges and implementation committees. If did they do that? If so, do all CICs have labor relations expert? And if not, why? And then I would like to stop there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Low. Desiree, do you have any questions you covered? Okay. Maybe we've lost Honorable van der Walt again. Like I said, DG and DGs, there seems not to be willingness for us to take decisions or consequence management being meted against people who don't do their jobs. We seem to be operating in an era where we don't understand what time it is. I've listened to the presentations. I've read the presentations, and I don't think there's an appreciation of the material conditions on the ground. We seem not to know that when somebody does not do their job, it can be business as usual. We have that lack of appreciation, even when we are presenting our presentation. There are people who would have committed serious offenses. One of them is that the college places a person on a higher payroll than they were supposed to place them. And I'm sitting here, I'm asking myself, if that is the case, what is it that the department, because I've heard the presentation saying we're busy trying to fix that, but what is busy trying to fix that? What does that really mean? Because if there's no consequence management on a person, and I'm assuming to be a senior person, there would have been a number of workshops that would have been carried out in order for people or officials to understand that one of the principles was that no one will be moved unfairly into a higher position. And then here we've spent money on those workshops. We've taken people, probably flew people around, booked them accommodation to go and explain to the colleges that this is how this thing works. And to come and say that maybe there was a misunderstanding on the policy, it's just not good enough. And maybe you colleagues are going to respond, and you have to, and tell us who would have been that particular person, if it's one, if more you mentioned there, and what is it that would have happened to that particular person? Because it can be business as usual. You know, the financial year that ended 23-24 had a number of, had 580 million rand turned back to National Treasury because you just could not spend it. It was funded post. You just could not spend it. And I've asked this question, and I'm going to ask it again.
and maybe you can give us this one in writing, detailing. You know, we've got a problem, DG, where we ask you questions, specific questions, and when you respond to us, you just give us what we did not ask you. You just give us answers that we don't know which question you are responding to. And that can't happen anymore. So I'm asking you specifically, can you help us? The posts that were funded in the 23-24 financial year, which ones were they? Like you see on the presentation, the last presentation, you have put a nice table there. Position, either it's a CT branch, university branch, TVET, position. You then say, this is the process. We're starting, or the advert will be finalized 1 November. Advert will go out 8 November, or 1 November, advert will go out 1 November. It will close 29 November. The panel will be finalized 8 November. We want you to do the same. That nice table on what would have been the timetable for the financial year 23-24. So that, and then on the other side, you put another column. In that column, you are saying, this is the person who was supposed to be responsible. And this is because they would not have met targets that amounts to 580 million. And for this one, this would have been the consequence management method against that particular official. So we want the same table, and it must make sense. It must be very clear that this is the process that would have ensued. I want to go back a little bit and remind the department that we did oversight in the 6th Parliament. And when we went to Umfolo's TVET College, TG, in January of 2023, it was reported to us that there was a premature implementation of PPN, especially at Nkandla and Bambanana campuses, where staff were prematurely migrated to PESA. These are not my words. This comes from the oversight report. Tell us what would have happened there for the benefit of everybody. Tell us what steps were taken against individuals responsible for this premature implementation. Earlier this year, we went to the Eastern Cape in February 2024. When we were in Eastern Cape, 7 out of the 8 TVET colleges in the Eastern Cape did not have principals. They had acting principals, 7 out of 8. The department, you made an undertaking that all those principal vacant posts in the Eastern Cape will be filled by 31 March 2024, at the end of the financial year. In fact, you had told us that you were just waiting for the result of the competency tests for whoever was preferred. Tell us, are all those 7 principal positions filled on a permanent or a substantive basis, as you had committed to us? In Kinsabata Dalinjabo TVET College, for the past 5 years, the college has had about 5 individuals acting in the principal position. You know, this is concerning. We raise this matter as well, because the absence of a substantive principal has resulted in a situation in which deputy principals have been recycled to act in that critical vacant position. And this has caused disagreements among staff as they have their preferred candidates and refuse to take instructions from other acting principals whom they did not favor. Also, in other words, there you've got staff are divided on factional arrangement. And when it's principal, deputy principal A acting, those who belong to deputy principal B, their own go slow. And this has been happening for the past 5 years, right? It was also noted that interviews for principal position at this institution were held in March 2023. And then the appointment process was not completed. It was reported that interference by some labor unions in the recruitment processes at the college and their alleged disputing of all recruitment processes have contributed to the delays in filling vacant positions, which we noted as very concerning in that oversight visit of ours. However, labor to us alleged that the college suffered a loss of 21 million rands from PPN budget due to the non-implementation of the PPN policy. It was further alleged that the college had been taken to court by some employees of that college, which further delayed the recruitment processes. Concerns were raised concerning the exclusion from the PPN of the college agricultural and hotel staff in the organogram, and the department was silent about the issue. You must comment on those things. And then you must tell us why were these other employees excluded from the PPN structure. It's about King Dalindyebo, King Sabata Dalindyebo TVET College. I hope I was slow and I was very audible on that side. Northern Cape Urban TVET College appeared before the committee on the 11th of October. The college council indicated that there was a moratorium on filling vacancies. The collective labor presentation alluded to the fact that at that college, implementation committee has never sat in 3 years and the structure has not been approved. If you can take us through, and I'm happy, DG, when you open, you said you've got regional managers. I know the acting regional manager of the Northern Cape and Western Cape is a substantive principal at this college. If we can get a comprehensive response on this matter, not a general comment. Is it true that what the union said, that this CIC has never met in 3 years and there's no structure that has been approved as far as that is concerned? And on the underspending by yourselves, the department, due to PPN delays or delayed implementation. You see, even in your reasoning of the 580 million, you had indicated that even though it was over 2 years, that majority of it was because of vacancies. It was your own words. And those vacancies was as a result of the implementation of this PPN at TVET colleges. Because it was under program 4, as far as that is concerned. So I want to inform you how you have not been spending this thing. So that when you answer, you know, when you answer even what members would have said, you know that we are aware of what your reports would have said. I will start with the 2022-2023 financial year. Quarter 2 there, July to September 2022, your report said spending was lower than projected by 472.2 million or 7.6%. And that was under the compensation of employees because of the continued delays due to outstanding documents in the implementation of PPN, which places the TVET employees on the department's payroll system. This extract comes from the quarter 2 report that you have submitted to us. So it's not something new. You have underspent by 470 million on compensation and your reason was that there's been delays due to outstanding documents. When was this? Between July, September 2022. Let me go to quarter 4 of the same financial year, 22-23, which was between January and March 2023. There you had recorded an underspending amount of 365.3 million rands. Reasons? Mainly due to compensation of employees due to the delays in implementing PPN at colleges where the required documents were not submitted on time. What is the reason here? The same as the reason that would have been provided in quarter 2. So this is at the end of the financial year. You are giving us the same reasons of underspending, right? Let's go to 23-24, quarter 1, when we start April to June 2023. What is the issue? Spending on compensation of employees was lower than anticipated because of unfilled vacant posts and the delays in the implementation of the post-provision norms for the TVET colleges. The reasons raised by the college implementing committee for the delay in the implementation of PPN are, amongst others, delays in finalizing criminal checks, qualification verifications, and authorization of appointments at head office. What does CIC say here? They say you at the department, DDG and DG, you are not finalizing, you are not authorizing the appointments. So it's your fault here. So we are not spending because yourselves at the department, you are not doing your job. This was quarter 1. Quarter 2, July to September 2023. What are the reasons? Spending was lower than projected by 48.5 million, mainly under the compensation of employees because of unfilled vacant posts and the delay in the implementation of the PPN for TVET colleges. The reasons raised by College Implementing Committee, CIC, for the delays in the implementation of PPN are, amongst others, what are they saying? Delays in finalizing criminal checks, qualifications, verifications, and authorization of appointment at head office. So all of these things, and I've made just 4 quarters, 2 different financial years, so that I bring it into your attention that the reasons that you are providing to us today are not consistent with the reasons you have been giving to us about this PPN. Today, it's the whole lot of reasons that has absolutely nothing to do with the department. But before even your own quarterly report would have indicated that these are you at the department are the reasons for not implementing these things. And I want to ask a question. What are you doing about it? If DG, I don't know, but the principal should be done at the DG level. I'm not sure, you'll correct me. If DG, this is the case, maybe you must give us college by college, appointment by appointment, say to us, this one we did not do because this is the date I received the recommendations from HR for the appointment of a principal. And it sat on my desk for 2 days and I dispatched it. So that the reasons are not that the department is not implementing. It must say in the department, the problems are at DG level, the problems are at DDG level, or the problems are at HR level. So that you are able to know where exactly are the problems. And I'm asking these questions humbly, and I'm asking you to be very specific. Let's not be general. So when you say, for an example, King Sabata Dalinje or TVET College, this was the process, started here, it got to HR in the department on this date, it left that thing, on that date it went to the DDG, if it goes to the DDG, or it went to the DG, if it goes to the DG, and this is where it got stuck. Because we want to understand where exactly the problem is. And I'm asking you, I hope I'm slow enough, I'm audible enough, and we're able to hear exactly what we're asking. Because you in the department, you've got a tendency of responding to things we have not asked you and not respond to the things that we would have asked you. Let me go to the second presentation, the appointment of college principals. 23 August, DG, we had a meeting. I said to yourselves, DG, there's been a problem where there's possible fraud on the appointment of council members. Because in my position, I have seen 2 appointments for the same position. All of them, they look authentic. I don't know which one is not authentic. All of them look like they were signed by former Minister Honorable Bladen Zimand. And I've said to yourself, I don't think that could be the reason. So somebody in your department may have forged the signature of the former minister of Minister Bladen Zimand. I said to yourself, colleagues, these complainants who are saying they received the letter, they are appointed, but they've not been called. That's how we got hold of the complaint. Then we ask, no, write to the department and ask them. They write to the department. In the department, they get the shocks of their life. The gentleman saying, I was responded to by Noluvuyo Gela. This is the email, forwards it to us. This is the email I've received from Noluvuyo Gela, the email exchanges. I said to you guys, you DG, that Noluvuyo Gela, the way she responded to that person is not how a public servant or a public a worker in a public space should respond to anybody. The arrogance in the responses does not portray that one of a government employee who is supposed to work for the people. I wrote to her. This is what I told you in that meeting. I'm just reminding you because you did not respond to me. Even though you made an undertaking in the meeting that you are going to respond to me. I wrote to this person. I said, this is what we have received. Can you please verify what the process that you claim happened? Where you say this person indeed was nominated, but when you are doing your background checks or assessment or whatever, this person was disqualified before even the recommendations left the department to the minister, because that's what she said. I said, please give us all the minutes of that verification committee or whatever they call it. Give us the attendance register of that and give us the letters that would have been sent to the college because we have 2 in our position. I said, DG, the person has not responded. I ask you, DG, can you please take charge in the department and get this person to respond? Today is 23 October. It's 2 months later, we have not been responded. So the department has got that tendency of deciding what they are responding to and what they are not going to respond to. The reason we're interested in this thing, and I've said it, is because there's a possibility of somebody having used the department letterhead, government letterhead, forged the minister's signature. And that person, if that person is in the government employee, is a government employee, that person does not deserve to be a government employee. That person deserves to go to jail. Now, us keeping quiet, us not responding, it's as if ourselves or yourselves in the department, you are protecting these potential criminals. Now, it goes back to the point we've always again been making, that there's no consequence management that you guys are meting against these particular individuals. The question then would be, why are you, as senior leaders of the department, so afraid to make sure that there's law and order in the department? Why are you so afraid? This one of Noluvuyo Gela, I'm asking you again, can you please get those minutes that qualified this particular person? Can you please get the attendance register? We want the names of those people who attended those things. And we want to see if indeed it is them, these ones, who have forged the signature of the minister or the document, a government document, and put their names there, or it's somebody in the department. We're simply asking you to get this thing, because there are other things that that person said, that this person has they were disqualified because of they had included more than one address. They had, just stories that do not really make sense. So we're asking you, we are in possession of those emails. We're asking you to please make sure that they are able to respond to us on these things. Secondly, on that issue of council members, your presentation, DDG Zungu, is not clear. The minister makes 5 ministerial employees appointment or deployees appointment, sorry. And then the college itself then advertises for external experts, maybe an expert in accounting, an expert in law, whatever the case may be. How many are those positions that are then advertised by the 5 ministerial deployees? And what is the composition of, do we have a standardized composition of TVET board members or council members? So is it 9 across the board? Is it 10? Is it 15? What is the standardized? And how far are you in filling the rest of all of them? So if, for an example, the 5 ministerial deployees were appointed, what is the vacancy left of others? Because the presentation, the table you gave us, gives an impression that the total number of council members at these institutions are just 5. That's why they get to around 235. And even your subsequent slides that speaks about the appointment ends at 235. You did make a point that we received very low applications of people with disabilities. You did not inform us, or I did not see it, that how many of the people with disabilities were appointed in these councils and how many were not appointed. And those who were not appointed, inform us why were they not appointed? Is it because they did not have, they not meet the requirements. But if they met the requirement, give us a clear indication why they were not appointed, given that they were very low in any case. The same might go to the colored Indians and white community who were not appointed. What was the real problem there, as far as that is concerned? So I'm hoping, colleagues, that our questions were clear. You've heard members. The issue of the CET Act, as raised by Honorable Ngubane, we had asked the department to do this, Honorable Ngubane. They've given us something, and I hope, because our team is still busy processing it in the committee, I'm hoping that that document, I've not seen it myself, I'm hoping that that document will then indicate, for an example, if it's a TVET college like this is the TVET center. It will say this is the act, these are the limitations in the act, this is what we're proposing for the committee to deliberate on. I'm hoping, because we've said it many times now, I'm hoping that it will follow that particular format. Because if they've just given us a document that tells us about what is a CT Act, what is a Higher Education Act, what is a Skills Development Act, then it will be a document that is really not useful. And I'm hoping that it will indeed have all these particular issues. Yeah, I think for now, no, there's a regional managers, those who are not appointed. So make a point about the Northern Cape, Western Cape one, because we just interacted with them just 2 weeks ago. The regional manager, the DG, has been acting for 2 years in that position, 2 full years plus change. And your report there is not telling us about how far is that process, or is that process also is the one that is also going to be closing on the 29th of November? If that is the case, then I honestly would have a serious problem, because maybe it was, I'm thinking seated here that maybe it was an oversight, because we can't have regional managers, and I've said it before. Regional manager who's a principal acts there. There's a deputy principal somewhere who acts as the principal. There's somebody somewhere who acts as a deputy principal, and all of that. The chain goes down like that. It just brings instability. So brief us about the regional managers, especially this one of the Northern and Western Cape, how far it is, but all of them who are not appointed, how far are you with those things? Having said that, DG, let me give it back to yourself to lead the responses, and then we'll close with the Deputy Minister. DG. Was I not audible?
You are audible, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is the DG in the meeting? Let me see. Okay, DG is not in the meeting. Oh, he's in the meeting, but he's not unmuting. DG Zoom.
Greetings, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure, but I see DG is
I'm
on
worried
the
as well.
chat.
He's in the meeting. Yeah, I see he's in the meeting. He's not unmuting. I don't know whether he was listening to us, because some of these things, you keep on saying them and we're not being responded to. So please lead the responses.
All right. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, with those questions. Let me allow my colleague DDG Ngwenya to cover most of the HR-related matters. I'll come to the specific TVET questions that has been raised by honorable members. DDG Ngwenya, over to you.
Thank you, DDG Zungu. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions and the comments. I'll start with the questions posed by Honorable Maseko. At the time of implementing the PPN, there were employees who will have migrated into the department. We also had employees who were appointed on college council. Now, with the approval of the PPN, we were then moving both employees who were in the department and employees who were appointed on college council into the PPN structure. So it's a process where we were just doing the transfer. The governance structures which were put in place, the CIC was the implementing. We then had two oversight structures. We had the regional oversight and we had the technical working group. There were parallel to the oversight structures, organizational development and human resource management and administration, who were the resource team for both the regional oversight and the technical committee. Now, the auditing process or the tracking was an internal process. The CIC will be then expected to consider for instance, the matching and placing. Before the implementation, that process had to go through various stages to finally get to a point where it is now approved for implementation. Now, the errors that will have been committed will have been identified. If it had not been identified and discussed at CIC level, will have been identified by the other two structures supported by the resource team. And therefore, that is, at that point, there will be a referral back to the CIC to then indicate that they need to relook at this placement. And so we have not used an external process. We have not used an auditing process that is outside the department. We've basically used the oversight structures supported by the resource team. At the time of conceptualization, it was understood that all processes were then going to happen during the 3 years of the implementation. And therefore, in terms of the time frame, it was expected that matters will have been raised and be concluded within that time frame, but it has not. It has proved not to be the case in specific areas for the challenges that we had already indicated. The questions from Honorable Khojane. The exit from the department, maybe I said it in an incorrect manner, and I want to apologize. The project was led by the DDG Corporate Services, supported by the Chief Director HR, the DD, the Director, and the Deputy. All of them went for greener pastures, and they left at different times. Now, as I report looking backwards, I then lumped them as all of them having left. And I apologize, but they all did not leave at the same time. What I was indicating, and the point I wanted to drive home was the team that is now facilitating or overseeing this process will not have been the team that was there initially. And my point was to recognize the effort by the team that started. I apologize if it came out differently. The matter related to the strengthening of oversight and role clarification was not a part of the presentation that aligns to the PPN, but is part of the presentation on the filling of vacancies. And the idea was to give honorable members the comfort that we have listened to your comments in the past, and we are trying to work hard to ensure that we achieve all the targets which are therefore set. Hence, I indicated that we've had to look at where we are in the filling of vacancies, diagnose the challenges that we may have had, and begin with a turnaround strategy to improve on that. But that was not on the PPN, it is on the general filling of positions. Yes, in the presentation, there is a indication that we made, which will have, I can't recall which slide, it was on slide 10, where we were indicating the CET principles. And we also indicated that the only vacant principles was Limpopo, Gauteng, and the Eastern Cape. The others were therefore filled. The questions from Honorable Khabo, the comment on improving the filling of position is received well and taken to heart. The oversight structures were the Regional Oversight Committee and the Technical Working Group. Those were the oversight structures supported by the resource teams. Organized labor served in all the structures. At college level, there was representation of organized labor. Even at TWG level, which is a national structure, we have members of organized labor who are sitting, so they are part of the implementation. And as I was reflecting on the successes, I then indicated that they have then participated throughout. The turnaround time was on the implementation of the vacancies. And I have already addressed the matter related to the oversight, and including who is doing the tracking. It is done internally. We've never used any company. The employees on the college payroll and the financial implication, I don't have the figures with me. We can then consolidate each college and per region, and we will then be able to submit what is the total cost of employees who remain on the college council and were not migrated into the PPN structure. With your permission, Chair, may I kindly request to submit that information after the meeting. The functions which were not on the structure, the majority of them relates to house mothers, the chefs. Those are the functions, including functions related to farm management, whether it is farm assistant or farm management. I apologize that I did not indicate all of them, but in the detailed presentation of each college, we just did not consolidate, and I apologize for that omission. But in the detailed presentation of each college, we will have reflected which ones per college. The matter related to Bembe on the benefits that are to be lost. Employees who are appointed in terms of the Educators Act are on OSD, while the PSA is a general. So the scales are a little bit difficult, are different. Now, the view from some of the employees is that if they were to migrate into PSA, because the PSA and non-OSD scales are lower, although it will not constitute a demotion because we will align them to a corresponding notch on the PSA, but their view is that even the progression is not the same. On the moratorium, it is just the language, Honorable Chair, that is being used. In 2023, the PSA issued circular number 49 of 2023, which was placing measures during the filling of positions. Prior to this circular, the college and the department will identify vacancies and go straight to the advert and advertise. With circular number 49 of the PSA, it meant that when you want to advertise position, we must first write to the CFO, list the position and request the CFO to seek concurrence from National Treasury on the COE allocation. Once we have that, we then submit to the Minister of Public Service to seek concurrence. So it is just the language that everybody has used as the moratorium, but it is that process which then we had to embark on, which slowed things a little bit. But even in the implementation of circular number 49 for the entire public service, when we first started, it was not as, maybe because it was new, and now we have perfected that, it appears easy now, but at the time, it took a little bit long. Questions and comments from Honorable Nsezana on the unmatched employees. I will leave out the one on the irregular appointment and kindly request DG to then assist me on that one. Allow me, Chair, to skip that one. On the unmatched employees, the PPN structure, when it was approved, at the time when we had to match it against employees, you will find, for example, that the PPN structure will have made provision for 4 positions, but existing in the department and also on the college council, you have 14 employees. This is where the unmatched list comes into play. In other areas, it is the difference in the level of those positions. Now, everybody who will not be matched against an equally graded post on the PPN structure will therefore remain on what we will term the unmatched list. And the other 3 processes, which I indicated in the presentation, that they will need to then apply for vacant posts that will have been advertised. If not, they will remain. If they're on the college council, they will remain there. And the last option will have been redeployment. The incorrect matching and placing. There are controls which are part of the matching and placing. It is not as easy as you having to compile the list and immediately move employees into the structure. There are oversight structures, including the resource team from OD and HR, that must quality assure that information. And only once it is approved by the delegated authority can you move. I think at the beginning, when we first started with PPN, there may have been not a thorough understanding of the matching and placing. But once these were identified and sent back to each college with a clarity and an explanation of why it is deemed an incorrect placement, those were then corrected. Now, the employees who were placed incorrectly on the matching and placing, there was no expenditure generated. So no one, it did not get to a stage where anyone will have been paid a higher salary against that position. The two options of the standardized structure, and I apologize, it was my omission. I should have included it in the presentation to then explain what the differences are. On registration services, there are 4 functions. You have registration services, you have student support, you have the TVET information system, and you have partnership and linkages, which are the main functions. While in innovation and development, you will then have registration as a division headed by an assistant director. You then have marketing and communication, although on TVET information system and partnership and linkages, that will then be the same. So the difference will be in how registration services is designed in the structure, and the fact that one will have student support as a division standing alone, the other one will have marketing and communication. I sincerely apologize, Chair, for that oversight. I'll do better next time. There were no questions from Honorable Ngubane relevant to me, but from Honorable Lowe, the comments noted and taken to heart. The labor relations, yes, each college has labor relations functions and labor relations officials, and they will have been part of the CIC in the event that the post is therefore filled. Placement on a higher payroll, I have indicated just now that there was no expenditure generated. While going through the various processes, those will have been identified and remedial actions then implemented either at regional oversight or at TWG level. So there was no permanent movement in that. The premature migration on PESA, Chair, Honorable Chair, I'm going to request your indulgence. I am aware that this matter happened and I was verifying with my team, but I will want to review the report. This is a process which was handled by the former DDG Corporate Services. So I will need to then get the report to review exactly what had happened. But the assurance I got was that the matter was successfully managed, and therefore the omissions that will have happened were then corrected. The Eastern Cape positions, I will also request your indulgence on this one, Chair, Honorable Chair, to then go back and retrace the file in terms of the timeline to see what were the issues. In the part of the recruitment process requires that we do pre-employment screening, where we are verifying qualifications. Now, there are qualifications, especially those that will have been acquired before 1994. They normally take more time for us to get them verified. We also do criminal record checks, and so sometimes the information delay, and I'm not saying this was the case here, but I request, Honorable Chair, that I go back and look at what exactly led to the delay and how the process then unfolded. Those who were excluded from the structure, it was not an exclusion per se. It will have meant that because they did not meet the criteria that was set for placement into the PPN structure, they will have remained on the what we call an unmatched list. It is not an exclusion. It is just that they do not meet, and they then had to remain until such time where they will either apply for other positions and or are therefore redeployed. The matter related to the Northern Cape and the fact that the Northern Cape CIC has never met. We have already requested for all regions, for all colleges, that they submit to us minutes of all the CIC meetings. And we will then be able to look at whether Northern Cape has submitted what is required. And if they have not submitted, what could be the problem? So we will follow up the matter related to Northern Cape. On the matter, Chair, Honorable Chair, these were your comments on the underspending. Indeed, Chair, those will have been the reasons why the implementation of PPN will have been slower. Part of the implementation of PPN also include the pre-employment screening, where we verify qualifications and we verify. In one of the regions, you will have realized that we had indicated that part of what delayed in the filling of the position was delay in getting the outcome of those pre-employment screening. So that will be one area that will therefore have delayed, because until we receive all the outcomes of the pre-employment screening, we will not be able to then confirm that matching and placement. The regional manager, Chair, indeed there are 2 regional managers which are vacant, Honorable Chair. It's the regional manager for Gauteng and Free State and the regional manager for Northern Cape and Western Cape. Both positions are still to be advertised and are part of the recruitment plan for the 3rd quarter. I think I have tried to respond. If there is something I've missed, I can be alerted to that. But thank you very much, Chair. And back to you, Honorable Chair.
Before you get off the DG, on the King Sabata Dalinja, the question was not on the placement. It was on the college principal there, where deputy principals have been rotating every period, some period. That was the question. The second one on the Eastern Cape was that we had 7 out of the 8 principals who were not appointed. Are you saying they are still not appointed? DDG. Just clarify those two for me.
The matter on the King Sitava Dalinjebo, I will also request DDG Zungu to then assist. I just want my mind to be refreshed on that matter. Otherwise, while he is responding to other questions, Chair, I could quickly check with my team. In terms of the Eastern Cape, we have King Hintsa, where we indicated that the submission is en route to the delegated authority for approval. We have PE, which is also en route for approval. There is one, and DDG Zungu can then remind me, where we were, while the process went to the final stage, we then had to re-advertise, and it is amongst the positions which we are saying are in the prioritized list for advertisement. Now, so those are the ones, unless if I have missed anything,
Let's do this,
Honorable Chair.
Let's do this,
Yes, sir.
DDG. The answer is that those positions have not been filled. You have reasons why, right? But the answer is that those 7 principals positions have not been filled. Maybe DDG Zungu will clarify. And I said when I started, those ones, your own department had informed us that all of those things will be filled by 31 March. Whether they are en route for finalization, the target was 31 March 2024. And then the reason you are saying you are just waiting for competency tests. That is what I said earlier on. So it's okay, maybe DDG Zungu will clarify, but I want you in writing on this one to again do a table. Tell us advertisement date, and then it went to closing, it went to interviews, it went to recommendations. So you will then do a table like that and tell us, so that we want to see why it did not reach the office for authorization before 31 March, where it was supposed to actually be done at that time. So we'll need that table from yourself to clarify us on this particular issue. DDG Zungu?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me perhaps maybe start with that particular issue before I address the other questions, Chair, with your permission. In regards to the Eastern Cape, indeed, we had 7 vacancies at the time. It was King Sabata Dalinjebo, as the Chair has mentioned. We also had Ikhala, TVET College. We had Buffalo City, TVET. We had King Hintsa. We had Lovedale. We had PE, and we had Ingwe, TVET College that came last because of the lateral transfer of the principal from Ingwe to Favors Marek at TVET College in the Free State. In regards to KSD, the principal has been appointed, Mr. Pigisha. I think when we respond and write it, we'll give the specific date on when he commenced officially at the King Sabata Dalinjebo. At Ikhala, again, we have Mr. Ntlangano that was also appointed. I think we'll give the full details on the commencement date of his duties at Ikhala. And at Buffalo City TVET College, we have Mr. Tima that is appointed there. The ones that are outstanding, which DDG Ngwenya was referring to, is King Hinsa. Lovedale was, we finalized everything, but we had to re-advertise because at the time, the preferred candidate, there was an issue again. I think the delays that led to the appointment not to be made in time. Port Elizabeth is part of the ones that we are waiting for the competence assessments. Ingwe, I think, is part of the lot that has been advertised for filling. So those are that is the status at or in the Eastern Cape in regards to the TVET college principals. Let me then go back, Chair, to the questions that were asked and comments that we appreciate from the honorable members that were made. I will shoot straight to Honorable Khojane, where she made a request in terms of a detailed report on the appointment of the 235. I think a subsequent request was made by yourself, Chair, Honorable Chair, that we must provide a detailed report in terms of the appointment of the 235, taking into account the geographical spread, the demographics, and so forth. Indeed, we will submit that detailed report. It is available that provides that information. She further made a call in terms of the information that the government gazette is not adequate indeed. Hence, we advertise on the newspapers, which was the City Press and the Sunday Times. Maybe in future we can look at how we spread that, but indeed those were advertised in the public space. Let me move to Honorable Khabo. Maybe I just need to further clarify this point. When I made reference, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, in relation to the 2009 Figaji report, that was the ideal, because the Figaji report was actually calling for TVET colleges in certain modules or certain subjects to break the walls, like what you'll find in universities, your economics 101, where you've got 300 people or students in one lecture hall, and that's what they were proposing at the time. But they were actually developing or assisting the department in the development of the staffing norms and standards. The proposals in terms of the ratio of saying, if we have to adopt the Department of Public Works when the sitters were still falling under, where the ratio in terms of the practical is set at 15, 1:15, and for theory, 1:30. That is the ideal, but it depends what you find at the college in terms of students enrollments at the time, but also accompanied by the personnel that we have at the time. So that the reference that I made, I was not saying that is what you will find when we go to the colleges. I was saying when the PPN was conceptualized, it was actually trying to bring us closer to those ratios that were proposed within the 2009 Figaji report. And it's not yet there, because if you move from 30 students to 15, it means you must have an additional personnel. And with the current fiscals, we are unable to do that because of the limitations of finance or funding. And that's why that's a situation. But ideally, that's what we'll want to see if you visit every college, that in the workshops, in the training workshops, you'll want to see one student is to 15. I'm sorry, one lecturer is to 15 students. But it does not happen. Hence, some of the lecturers will opt for student support or support from the former students. Sometimes they come as volunteers to come and assist in that environment, so that at least you don't have a group that is not attended. So that is the makeshift that you'll find in the TVET colleges. But I was not saying ideally, as Honorable Khabo and Honorable Msezane, that yes, that's not the real picture when you go to the ground. Indeed, and hence we are saying the limitation is actually funding. Ideally, that's what we want to see for an effective and efficient TVET system. I will probably, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, also touch on the issue that was raised by Honorable Msezane on the, I think it was the issue of the poor attendance. And we do have regional managers here that are in attendance as well. That's a matter that perhaps we will have to look at into, because with the poor attendance, it then leads to poor retention rates, and therefore it might lead to poor academic performance at the end. But there is a regulation that requires students to be attendance, 80% attendance, which is also required by NSFAS for funding purposes. And it's something that I believe that regional managers, as they do their oversight, is one of the areas that they will probably zoom into in that regard, and also look at what are the actual causes for students not to be in class, especially those that had to be commuting between their places of residence and the classroom, because you know that the majority of TVET colleges, in terms of student accommodation, you are still far behind. There's a huge backlog. We were sitting at about 14 or 16,000 beds in the existing TVET residencies. I'm not counting the ones that are private, but the ones that are owned by colleges. We were sitting at about plus minus 14 or 16,000, and it's an area that as a department we're trying to improve on with the support of this project that has been pilot project that was started by NSFAS. Of course, it has its own challenges, but it could be one of the reasons that lead to poor attendance as well. But it's an area through our SSS units or student support services units will have to zoom into and try and monitor it. The next question was from Honorable Nkubane. Indeed, Honorable Nkubane, you made mention of the delays in terms of the turnaround time after recommendations have been made. In most instances, it also relates to the issues of capacity. Yes, the task teams are established, research is done, and then recommendations are made, but they will have certain implications. One of them is financial implications, one of them is the capacity within either the college or the department to deliver on that. So that's why sometimes you'll find that indeed it might take a while to execute what the recommendations of that various task teams or committees have made. Indeed, there will be a submission in relation to the proposed CT amendments that will have implications in the TVET sector. And I think on that one, we'll also make a written response in relation to that. I took note, Honorable Chair and Honorable Nkubane, on the issues that you encountered at SWG, and we would probably appreciate if Honorable Nkubane could also share more detail so that we could also look into those challenges that the college is faced with, is currently faced with. And I think the issues of the appointment of councillors that you made mention, yes, there were delays in the process, but we are happy that we are now at the stage where we have the 5 ministerial appointees that are in place that will assist in in ensuring that there's governance in those colleges. I think DDG Ngwenya, if I move to Honorable Letsiet, DDG Ngwenya will probably provide a report on that, the premature implementation of the PPN. This could have resulted from the fact that the newly built campuses, they were funded by the National Skills Fund, and they ought to be migrated after a particular period of time to the mainstream. And maybe when the college or the colleges that are all under that program moved the employees to the mainstream, maybe it then caused, some kind of disruption in those colleges and unhappiness, because these are newly built campuses, and therefore they might be competing with the campuses that have already been there for quite some time, but had people that were on council paid. Now, if you then fast track the people that are in the campuses that are newly built, it might cause that unhappiness to say you are now taking the spaces of the people that have been there way long, and we are now migrating the newly built campus staff members. So it's a matter that we'll probably have to look at as to what really happened in that case, and also to look in terms of that trend, how it happened in the other newly built campuses as they were then migrated to the mainstream PESAL system. I think, Honorable Chair, the one question that I will also touch on, I would request, with your permission, Chair, that the Chief Director responsible for systems planning, Mr. Msipa, to touch on that, on the specific council member that ended up not being appointed and the matter needed to be investigated. He will then update us as to how far away. The issue of the advertised positions, as I've said, Chair, will provide the detailed report. We had 235. Out of the 235, and my apology, Chair and honorable members, that we did not went further to clarify the process of the section 10.6. We only spoke about the section 10.4 subsection B, because we thought the focus was on ministerial appointees. There are 5 ministerial appointees, and we have 4 additional members in terms of section 10.6. The additional members, they will be in the field of finance, in the field of human resource, and other related skills. But the council should be the 5, will then, in consultation with the minister, appoint the 4 additional external persons. As I've said, it will be legal skills, it will be human resource, others will talk about IT, because of us being living in the digital space nowadays. So those ones, the colleges themselves advertise. Upon advertising, the 5 ministerial appointees, they then sit and look at those applications before a submission is then made to the department for the concurrence with the minister, as the Act is dictating. But we did not include that on slide, and our apologies, Chair, in regards to that. Well, indeed, the issues of inclusivity are very important, and as you've noted, Chair, that there was a low response in that regard. I think it happens even with most of the job advertisements, that sometimes we have lower response in this regard, but I think we'll then provide the detailed report as to how many of the people living with disabilities applied and how many eventually were appointed in that regard. And lastly, Chair, with your permission, if I may request Mr. Msipa just to touch on that specific matter because we have instituted an investigation because, as you said, it's got serious allegations that might also talk to the issues of a signature being forged. And we took that matter very seriously, Chair. Hence, we have instituted an investigation. But with your permission, if I may allow Mr. Msipa just briefly to touch on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DTG, and good day to the Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the Honorable Deputy Minister, and the senior management of the department. Chairperson, when the matter was raised with the department, we did provide a report and we did prepare a report and provided it for the portfolio committee. But because of the serious nature of the issue that was raised, we did not leave it at that. We took it upon ourselves to refer the matter to the risk and ethics unit of the department to investigate two aspects in regards to this matter. The first aspect relates to the issuing of the letter itself, as to how and who issued that letter. But the second aspect touches on the matter that the Honorable Chair had raised about the possible forging of the minister's signature. So the documents and all email correspondences have been forwarded to that unit, and an investigation is underway. Upon completion, I think we would be in a position to provide a detailed and comprehensive report as to what transpired with respect to that issue. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and DJ.
Before you get off, Mr. Msipa, please tell us what you are Chief Director of what, and what is the time frame for this investigation?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I'm the Chief Director responsible for TVET systems planning and institutional support. Now, the directorate that is responsible for governance and management support reports to me. That is the directorate which was facilitating the process of the appointment of council members.
Okay, so and you are saying you have sent me us the response on what we asked for from the department?
Yes, we did.
So the minutes that we've asked for and everything, you've sent it to us.
We did send the report because there was a specific question asking why was the official not called for induction. You know, we did provide that comprehensive report, but should you require the minutes, I think those can be availed as well, and all the details.
Yeah, we have asked for the minutes and the attendance registers and all of that. I will check with Anele, our secretary, to check if we have received those things, because I don't have them on my email. Honorable Msazani, you have a follow-up?
Yes. Thanks, Chair. I had asked a question to the DG. I don't know whether it's back, because I can also see that it's present here. With regards to the question I had presented, if we ever received it and if there was a report to that effect. And I also did not catch the latter speaker, Mr. Msipa, on the question that you just asked, Chair, but also when did the investigation commence, and obviously the time frame as you had asked, or if that is what he says, it has been sent to the committee in terms of the matter that is being raised now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Msipa, time frames, when did you start? When are you investigating to finish?
Chair, the unit that is investigating the matter is not based within our office, but I can check with the official responsible for the investigation and provide a written response as to the timeframes.
Now, Mr. Msipa, you give the unit responsible and you don't tell them. So what if they finish in 2029 to investigate? It does not make sense. When we give a unit to investigate, we must say, can you finalize the investigation in 2 weeks, in a month, whatever the case may be. Just to have an open-ended investigation, it's not going to help any of us. DDG, when we met Northern Cape Urban, Labour indicated that there are members who are serving for the 3rd term in that council. Did you guys investigate it? Is it true? Is it not true? Because that was an allegation made. And is it possible for you to check across where would have, which institutions are also having long-term serving members, evergreen council members? The DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will check that. I must say we have not verified in relation to the Northern Cape Urban, but we have done so in other institutions. But we'll do so across the sector so that we can identify those. But in some instances, as I've said, part of the vacancies that have been created, Chair, came as a result of those, categories of nominees that have already. So it might have happened that maybe there might have been an oversight on the other one, but we'll have a look at it, Chair, and we provide a written response to that.
The DG back, closing remarks. DG, even on issues that we've raised.
Good afternoon. Once again, Chair, thank you. May I take this opportunity to recognize the Deputy Minister in the room as well. I believe that the colleagues, in the way they've answered the questions, have tried, maybe not sufficiently, to answer specifically, because that is the concern that the Chair raised earlier, that sometimes when we respond, we are too broad in the responses and not specific. I trust that we will keep improving in that area. Allow me, Chair, to make a few remarks regarding some of the questions, some of whom may have already been answered, but I would like to just make my remarks on them. Honorable Ngobi Msezane, thank you for your question. I believe I've answered the question about the appointment of a particular regional manager. That question was asked by Honorable Letsie in the previous meeting, and I responded to it. If this response that I provided was not sufficient, I'm happy to provide whatever evidence to show. But in the nutshell, and in the interest of other honorable members who might not have been there at the time I responded, we are talking about an official who was not appointed based on a vacancy that was advertised and the process of the department. This was a transfer of a person who was already a chief director from Gauteng Department of Education. And this is a discretion and a delegation of the minister at the time who looked into the circumstances that were relevant to the transfer and approved it. And we can provide evidence in that regard, Minister. I think that's the response I provided earlier on. Honorable Letsie, you make a comment about how I respond to questions. And I think perhaps my role in the department sometimes is also to contextualize matters and try to provide further details. And in doing so, I might have erred in over-elaborating on matters that are not desired. And I will try to improve in that area. You, Honorable Chair, also have made a request that regarding the Eastern Cape principal's position, we indicate specifically which posts have been filled of the 7 principalship positions. And I trust that the response by Mr. Zungu, especially regarding King Sabata Dalinje, was responded to. But you did also indicate that you would like a kind of college by college indication of the the issue of the PPN, and we will be able to do so, Chair, because we have the data. But I think we also have been assisted by other members of the committee who have asked questions that are specific in this area. I think questions asked by Honorable Khabo to some extent have been answered. I feel that, Honorable Khabo, I do need to visit Taung campus and Luhurutse campuses to look into the specific conditions that pertain there. It's the second time we are raising this matter. It concerns me that perhaps we are responding ourselves being distant from the realities that you've shared with us. I believe that it is my duty to pursue that matter and attend to the issues that are there. I think both yourself and Honorable Law have raised broader questions as well, and you question our oversight on the PPN processes. Our responses today have been quite technical and perhaps not appreciating the essence of asking the question around oversight by the department on the PPM process. I think that it is clear that the capacity of the department is not sufficient to do full justice to this process. Even if we respond technically, we have to accept that a lot of work needs to be done to improve. You further raise the issue of the quality assurance of these processes. I trust that in the questions by in the responses by both DDG Ngwenya and DDG Zungu, an effort is made. I would suggest to the chair that the questions that we have answered, we perhaps work with the Secretariat to identify those where it is necessary for us to further elaborate, and we shall do so. Honorable Ngubane, let me accept that between us and the Department of Home Affairs, the updating of the list of critical skills is something that we do every 2 years. And obviously, you are quite correct that they are in their website, they are displaying an old version, and that we need to share with them the latest data on the list. I wish to indicate to you that we have now decided to jointly hold workshop on the list of critical skills. And so because of this, there is no longer going to be a gap in the information that we are supposed to present on that matter. I feel that you can watch our progress with satisfaction that this would have been achieved. But still there is a gap that we only update that report after 2 years. Perhaps we need to review that policy and see if we can have a continuous update of the list of critical skills, because it's actually about the control of our borders, and protection of the employment of local citizens, of our citizens in this regard. You have also indicated that the turnaround time for critical decisions in the department may need to improve. We welcome your advice in this regard, and we trust that in responses to your questions, gradually as we respond to your questions, you will see that as the capacity of the department improves, we are able to get this done. I am encouraged by the fact that in the last 3 weeks, the minister has received concurrence of the DPSA regarding the filling of vacancies, including the 2 key vacancies in EXCO, which is the National Skills Fund, and as well as the CFO, which were subjected, both of them, to a process of grading. And now that the grading process has been completed, I'm happy to report that we are ready to finalize the advertisements and get those positions filled. Honorable Maseko, I have noted your much welcome, counsel regarding the business plan, and a clear business plan that indicates how we troubleshoot on the matters as you have indicated. I also have noted, Honorable Khojane, the responses by the colleagues regarding your request for the profile of council nominees. Honorable Chair, may I just indicate that we take a particular view about the filling of council vacancies, and the minister is firstly concerned about aligning the processes for the filling of these vacancies with the MTDP, aligning it with the targets and the strategic direction of the 7th administration. And therefore, even those appointments that have already been made, they are still under scrutiny. There are those that we might beg to withdraw, following proper processes and procedures, and in the light of realignment. We are going for our strategic plan to making sure that all of this is finalized. Once we are done with the strategy, we will review some of the appointments so that they are realigned, especially those that were done on the eve of the change from the 6th to the 7th administration. And I trust you are satisfied with the responses by the colleagues in the TVET branch regarding the specific matters you have raised around an incident that might lead to actually criminal investigation. Because if we find that there is evidence of the abuse of the signature of the executive authority, I have to open the case with the police. And I think this is understood in the system that this is what I have a responsibility to do. Chair, I think you also have asked questions around Umfolozi College, and I trust that the input by by DDG Ngwenya will take us somewhere in that regard. But it seems to me that this is a matter that further requires more detail in the reports that will cover areas that we may not have covered. Thank you, Chair.
Before I give the Deputy Minister, just want to, I think Honorable Msezane has asked that the response to him, if you can please send them in writing. Please do that. And just clarity, DG, on your last part, when you are saying, as you go to your strategic session, you are assessing the appointments of these council members, especially those who are appointed just before the transition from the 6th to the 7th Parliament, and looking at the caliber of councils or councillors that is needed. Is that, did I catch you correctly there?
Yes, you did. You did. I think the first thing that we want to do is to advertise all council vacancies together for the entire PSET system, and not do this thing of advertising for one branch and then another branch, which was as a result of the fact that the legislation that informs these councils are different pieces of legislation. That is why we did it that way in the past. But right now we feel that the issue of appointment of councils needs to change, particularly when it comes to the quality that we recruit and select. So in this regard, there are two things that are happening. We are finalizing a study, or in fact an assessment in terms of SETA councils. The report is due to the minister in this regard, and I'm happy that before we advertise, we will have done that study, which I think the chair himself had encouraged us to follow. In the rest of other council positions, we take the same view that we must look into the professionalization clauses in each of those legislative requirements to make sure that it allows the minister to lift the qualifications that are required for anyone who comes to these positions.
No, thank you very much, DG. It will be interesting to see how that is done, noting that the appointment is, as per the legislation, is of the purview of the minister. I hope that you are doing it together with her so that we don't have a problem where legislation is not attended to. Deputy Minister Mandamela, closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have to follow through on the point that you've made, Chair, that there's a possibility of fraud that may have been committed. That's a very serious allegation in the appointment of staff. That's quite concerning, and I think if we can get that report through as requested, and I think secondly the points that I think has been raised about the conduct of one of the team members. I think the DG would have to give a report on that, because we cannot, obviously, as you've rightly said, have officials responding to citizens in the manner that they may have responded to. So I think we need to get into that. But also some of the issues that relate to the challenges that you've raised from the specific colleges. I think the members have raised specific issues relating to some of the specific colleges that will have to follow through with those. The overall challenge, Chairperson, I think is that with some of the challenges that we're facing, especially as it relates to the norms in terms of these posts, is obviously the impact, and I think it's in our interest that we accelerate this process, and wherever there are vacancies, that we fill up those as soon as possible. And I think our responsibility will be, to make sure that we monitor this, because it's resources that should be going into improving the quality of both our community colleges and our TVET colleges. So I think it's something that we, will have to make sure that it happens. And I think finally, the question of governance. I think the process has been, as indicated, as it relates to the appointment of college councils, but also the challenges relating to the filling of some of the vacancies and so on and so forth. So I think it's I think the comments that have been made, are really taken to heart. So we really want to thank the portfolio committee for the feedback, and I think to indicate that we share the concerns, and that we really want to see stability, both in terms of governance, but also in terms of the vacancies that exist in the colleges, and some order as it relates to this process of the post provisioning norms and so on. So we really are taking those points to heart. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We will make our closing remarks immediately after considering the minutes and the reports. Members, I'm tabling the minutes of September the 4th, the 11th, the 18th of September 2024. Can I have any member who wishes to correct the minutes? In the absence of member wanting to correct the minutes of the 4th, 11th, and 18th, can I have any member who wishes to? Okay, Mama Seko.
Chair, is a quick hand, not for correction, but for propose to adopt the minutes in their totality.
All of them, ne?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay. The minutes of the 4th, 11th, 18th September, 9, 10, 11, 16 October have been proposed by Member Seko for adoption. Honorable Ngubane.
Chair, I move for adoption on the proposal raised by Member Seko.
Honorable Ngubane move for the second, move to second the minutes of adoption. So all minutes have been adopted. Let's go to the report on the DHET 2023-24 fourth quarter and the 2024-25 first quarter. Can I have those who seek to correct the report? In the absence of hands to correct, can I have a mover for the report, the two reports? Honorable Khabo.
Am I audible?
minutes.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to move for the adoption of the two reports as they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have two devices there on the the proposal is that the reports 23-24 fourth quarter and 24-25 first quarter be adopted by Honorable Khabo, Honorable Maseko.
Chair, I second the proposal of adoption of the reports.
Thank you very much. The reports have been agreed to. Let's go to the BRRR report. My correction there is that on point 7 or on point 7 on the recommendation, I think there was just a spelling error or the definition error of the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. I think it will be corrected to be the Minister of Higher Education and Training. There's a report. Are there any corrections, colleagues, that you seek to make on the BRRR report that will be tabled and we will debate it in Parliament? No further corrections. Can I get somebody to move? Honorable Sepolo.
Thanks, Chair. Given the fact that I went through the report, what amendments that you would have corrected, I want to move for the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Low. Can I have a seconder of the report? Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I stand to second the proposal by Honorable Sapolo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The report will be tabled in Parliament and we will debate the BRRR report in Parliament as soon as on the date that the Speaker will determine. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to thank you for your participation today, but also I want to thank you colleagues for your commitment. You know, when we're dealing with the BRRR, we started in most days from 9 a.m. We finished, I think on the first day we were supposed to finish at 6, we finished at 8:30. So I want to thank you, colleagues, honorable members, for really putting in, rolling up your sleeves and working throughout. There was no point where I felt there were members who were really not willing to participate when we're dealing with the annual report that have now culminated into us having a BRRR. I want to just raise a concern with the department that DG, we have written to yourselves and the minister about the reports that do not come on time. When we have a meeting on a Wednesday, we ask for the reports or presentation to be given to us on a Friday, so that members can go through the presentation throughout the weekend, so that our research team and content advisory and sometimes legal teams can go through those reports, find consistencies or inconsistencies, and assist members to properly engage with those reports. So we're asking again, hopefully this time for the last time, that can the reports arrive on time, including today's one. We got it on a Saturday. So please, before close of business on a Friday, please send us those reports so that members can have enough time. We'll ask you, Mr. Msipa, to please go back to the email that you said you have sent to our secretariat. I've spoken to Anela. We don't have that report. Please send it to us. We are interested in that particular part. And then just attach the timelines as far as the conclusion. When do you envisage to the conclusion of this particular matter on the appointment of these council members? We also want to implore upon you, colleagues. I know DDG Rulane, that you are fairly new in the department, but want to implore upon you that you must fill these vacant posts as a matter of agency. Obviously, you must follow the processes and make sure that these vacancies are filled, because it assists no one when a college has got acting people. And Northern Cape Urban, it's a mess there. It's a mess. We are continuing to get millions of complaints coming from the Cape College recently. So can we please make sure that we fill in vacancies so that we have stability in our institutions? I've asked that DG on the appointment of this college issues people in management, I've asked that you make sure that you give us a table of when did any recommendation arrive at your desk or the DDG desk so that it's processed, because it can be a financial year in and financial year out that we are still recording as much as 580 million on unfunded posts or on funded posts that were not filled. It just cannot be. On the Umfolozi matter, DG, you know, given the response that we're getting, it shows that the department does not consider reading the oversight reports of the department. We go through vigorous work, being bent by the sun, compile these reports, get views from students, workers, management of TVET colleges and universities, submit the reports to the department, and the department does not do anything on it. It's like you just take it, you just don't consider the oversight reports, because the issue of Umfolozi was done in January of 2023, and we're now approaching January of 2025. So the response that says we will look into it, it does not help. It does not help anybody. And want to implore upon the department that going forward, we will need the department to table the responses to the committee oversight reports within 3 months. So we'll give you 3 months to go and bring us a properly put together report on the oversight. We are going to oversight in the Northwest. We're going to see this TVET colleges that Honorable Khabo spoke about in the Northwest. We may not get to Taung because of the times given for us to do oversight, but within 3 months of it, so by February, end of February or beginning of March, we will then require the department to give us written responses on that oversight. And what is it that you have given to us? Because we would have to take that report to Parliament, to table it in Parliament for adoption. I would like also to request DDG that DDG Rulani that you do a spreadsheet on the status of all senior management posts in the department and the reason why those who are not filled are not filled. Because, you know, the allegations that labor there makes, that some of those posts, you are not filling them, and some of them you are actually withdrawing those positions. So give us a status of all of them in a table format, a spreadsheet, so that we are able to check exactly who's not telling the truth as far as this thing is concerned. Colleagues will meet each other again next week, Wednesday. Next week, Wednesday, we are interacting with the University of Johannesburg. It will be a physical meeting in Cape Town. So we're asking the department officials, ministry, to make sure that we don't book flights on a day before when the prices has gone extremely high. So please prepare. Let's save taxpayers' money. Let's book flights on time, accommodation on time. We are meeting with UJ next week, Wednesday from 9 a.m. at the venue that will be communicated to yourselves. Having said, honorable members, I wish those of us who will be attending Parliament physically well. Let's go to Parliament and let's see each other next week, Wednesday. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Goodbye.
Siyabonga, Sihlalo.
Recording stopped.